believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Wasteful Wednesday, but it's also a day of a somber realization that our country has been led astray by our president, that our most important allies across the globe are being slowly ruined, and our foreign policy is turning them away. We found out today in the impeachment hearings that Donald Trump has been working behind the scenes running a couple of operations. One of them is to underfund and not pay the Ukrainian government to defend themselves against a Russian attack, an ongoing Russian attack. And the people that were in the front line and are in the front line are not getting the logistical support from the U.S. in a timely manner. And this happened this past year, all the way up to September. They were unsure as to whether they'd have enough funds to supply their troops with necessary weapons to defend their nation. Now, Russia is a bully and has engaged in bullying activities for years. And they are also something of a pariah because they're constantly looking for advantage. And Donald Trump started looking into Ukraine being the source of the leaks when he himself asked Russia to get leaks and information on Hillary Clinton. Ironically, now he had attacked Ukraine during the early stages, thinking that they had information upon leaks of information regarding Hillary or Joe or anybody. And this whole story is ironic and weird because Donald Trump early on had everything in place. Michael Flynn was our national security advisor working for Russia. Michael Flynn was standing there doing the bidding of Donald Trump's secret connection with Vladimir Putin, and everything was all set to go. Giuliani was going over there to work with groups of people to find information and dirt on Joe for the upcoming election. That was going to be the payback to Donald Trump for, I guess, what he said it was a business deal. Donald Trump said it was a business deal, and somehow Ukraine owed him. Now, our top experts like Ambassador William Taylor, who testified today, said that there was no business deal. Ukraine doesn't owe us anything. There was a definite need for money to be transferred hands so that we could get their defenses up to par to deal with the Russian threat. Now, Russia has a small economy, but they have a very strong military force that they acquired from the Soviet Union, and they're using it and wielding all of their branches of intelligence, the muscle of their top military personnel, trying to maneuver and maintain their control over the former satellite nations that they've had. Crimea was just the first step in this, what appears to be an ascension of Vladimir Putin trying to take back Ukraine. Now we have experts. Thank you. Happy to get these little bugs are like fruit flies. They came in. Sarah brought some fertilizer in from her job, and then it had fruit fly invasion, or not fruit fly, but it was a gnat invasion. So if you're wondering if I'm grabbing things, it's trying to get rid of little gnats that happen to get out. I isolated the problem and got it out of here. But one of the top people that spoke today was Mr. Kent. And to get an idea of how serious he is, his family has been in this service for the past 68 years. He's the third generation in his family that has worked in the State Department. These people have defended our country since World War II, and he's speaking out.
President Biden acted in Ukraine. Did he act in accordance with official U.S. policy?
He did.
Now, let's go to then the last excerpt that I wanted to highlight, which is President Zelensky speaking, and he says, "I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also want to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation." Now, Ambassador Taylor, right after President Zelensky mentions his much desired Washington visit, he says, "on the other hand," and then says that Ukraine will be very serious about the investigation. Is this the same link between the White House visit and the investigations that Ambassador Volker had texted to Andrei Yermak just a few minutes before this conversation?
That's my assumption.
Now, just to summarize what we've just read in this July 25th call between the presidents, the Ukrainian president thanked President Trump for security assistance that President Trump had just frozen, to which President Trump responded that he wanted President Zelensky to do him a favor, though, by investigating the 2016 U.S. election and the Bidens. Then President Zelensky says that he will pursue these investigations right after he mentions the White House visit. Is that your understanding, Ambassador Taylor, of what we just read?
Yes.
And Mr. Kent, is that yours?
Yes.
I yield back.
Now, all the while, Trump was trying to get this assurance that Zelensky would make a public statement, they said on CNN, saying he was going to go in and investigate corruption in Ukraine in order for him to get the money. All this time, Zelensky was wondering what he could do to maintain the flow of money, because it was really delinquent. They were running short. Now, Zelensky appears to me to be a very practical leader who would do anything to protect his people. And of course, he's going to say whatever Donald Trump wants him to say, because Donald Trump is in power right now. So the Republicans are saying, no, Zelensky, he doesn't think anything improper was happening. Of course he doesn't. It's like asking a hostage if he has enough food with a gun held to his head. Of course he's had enough food. He'll say whatever he has to in order to live. So we kind of have a president of a nation being held hostage to the money we're giving him. And he's going to say whatever he has to say. He's a practical person. So his testimony is irrelevant here. But the testimony of 12 diplomats this week will be stepping up and talking about what they know. And we know for a fact that they know a lot about what was going on behind the scenes. The Republicans are saying it's all hearsay. They are the nuts and bolts of our operation over there. That's not hearsay. You're looking at the entire wing of U.S. foreign policy. They know what they're talking about. And they have said that Donald Trump really had the outs for a lot of these people. A lot of these people have been kicked out because of Trump. And he sent in his henchman, Giuliani, with 2 thugs who looked like thugs. And they did a lot of work on the backside of this whole thing to undermine our foreign policy with Ukraine. But so far it hasn't affected the shipment of weapons and the complete money that we've given them. But this is a very iffy situation. If Donald Trump continues to be allowed to support Russia in every way possible, and he has already supported Russia by alienating NATO allies, now during this time period, he was tweeting feverishly when these guys were in the hearing, and he said he wasn't even looking at the hearing, but he was talking about the hearing, tweeting about it constantly, which is absurd. I mean, how can he not be hearing the hearing when he's tweeting about it this morning? So he lied about that. And then he went ahead and set up this meeting with Erdogan, who flew all the way over to meet Trump today and assure everyone that he's got a good guy with Erdogan. Erdogan has turned out to be not just a NATO ally. He's turned out to be a Russian ally as well. So Erdogan no longer has allegiance to just NATO. He's also allied with Russia. And that's why Donald Trump brought him in, because he could get a free meeting with Erdogan guaranteed by Vladimir Putin. No questions asked. Putin is no doubt pulling the strings in this matter with Trump. And believe me, all of this is heading toward a dangerous situation. Trump being manipulated by Putin over the sex tape, which we know now is real based on Mueller's testimony. And we know now that Mueller could not exonerate Donald Trump, so there's ample evidence to continue with the impeachment and to go ahead and lower the boom on him in terms of what they can bring up. Now, there's a lot of incomplete facts that have not come to the forefront regarding Paul Manafort. The second trial hasn't even been done, which shows a direct connection between oligarchs' money and Donald Trump. Donald Trump has yet to produce his tax returns, which is another area which is total avoidance, which is indicative of guilt on every level. Okay, we're looking at a tweet here. This is a scroll of tweets that were coming in. David, look at the scroll of tweets. The first letter of each tweet. Okay. Let's take a look at the screen recording of the first letter of each tweet. Taking a look. The first letter of each tweet is an R. Is that what I'm trying to figure out? That R is the first letter of this tweet? Who to follow? R. L. R. R. What's your assessment of this thing you sent me? Oh, not his name? What am I looking at? No quid pro quo. It's abundantly clear the Democrats, in response to, what am I looking at here? Help me out. I can't see it that well in this light. What's the first letter? It spells Epstein didn't kill himself. The first letter of each tweet. All right, well, that's nice. What does that have to do with the entire discussion that's ongoing? Epstein didn't kill himself because he's still alive. I'm not sure where you're going with this. That is from a congressman in Arizona claiming Epstein didn't kill himself. He's speaking in code. Okay. That's nice. I just have no idea what you're referring to. Is some Arizona congressman speaking in code through his tweets? Okay, whatever. Let's take a look at this. I got to deal with a couple of trolls in our room. Yeah. There are some outtakes that you Republicans are going to like that look pretty convincing. Yeah, let's take a look at them. I'm not going to be one-sided in this whole matter and show you, just the Democrat side. I'm more than willing to show you the complete picture, unlike the Fox News media, which refuses to show both sides. This is a pretty funny one. Now, Mr. Jordan, by the way, Senator Jordan is actually, or Congressman Jordan, he's actually under investigation for not reporting a sex crime, a few sex crimes when he was reported to a long time ago when some guy showed his penis to some young student. And when he was in charge of a school, he didn't do anything to stop that. Now he's under investigation. And I think he needs a direct feed to Hair Plugs for Men. I think, and definitely get him a couple bottles of Rogaine. My goodness, this guy's losing hair faster than the birds are dropping from the 5G network. I care if a member of Congress admits Epstein isn't dead. But again, Epstein is alive. They say he didn't commit suicide. Yeah. I'm more than concerned about that. Yeah. But if you could get that congressman to speak out, Epstein didn't kill himself is not the same as saying Epstein isn't dead. He's alive. Yes. What would you like to know, Mr. Clone? Mr. Clone's in the show. He's asking questions. He's working out of McLean, Virginia. You saw Mr. Jordan before? He looks familiar. Oh, I bet he does. He's been in the McLean, Virginia facility many times. Yeah. Well, your history... Oh, you saw Mr. Epstein? Really? Oh, you have history with Mr. Epstein. Well, maybe he trained you in the MKUltra program. Anyway, moving on, I just...
The ability to have the whistleblower in front of us, something you, the 435 members of Congress, you are the only member who knows who that individual is, and your staff is the only staff of any member of Congress who's had a chance to talk with that individual. We would like that opportunity. When might that happen in this proceeding today?
First, as the gentleman knows, that's a false statement. I do not know the identity of the whistleblower, and I'm determined to make sure that identity is protected. But as I said to Mr. Conaway, you'll have an opportunity after the witnesses testify to make a motion to subpoena any witness and compel a vote.
The ability to have the whistleblower in front of us, something you, the 435 members of Congress, you are the only member who knows who that individual is, and your staff is the only staff of any member of Congress who's had a chance to talk with that individual. We would like that opportunity. When might that happen in this proceeding today?
First, as the gentleman knows, that's a false statement. I do not know the identity of the whistleblower, and I'm determined to make sure that identity is protected. But as I said to Mr. Conaway, you'll have an opportunity after the witnesses testify to make a motion to subpoena any witness and compel a vote.
The ability to have the whistleblower in front of us, something you, the 435 members of Congress, you are the only member who knows who that individual is, and your staff is the only staff of any member of Congress who's had a chance to talk with that individual. We would like that opportunity. When might that happen in this proceeding today?
First, as the gentleman knows, that's a false statement. I do not know the identity of the whistleblower, and I'm determined to make sure that identity is protected. But as I said to Mr. Conaway, you'll have an opportunity after the witnesses testify to make a motion to subpoena any witness and compel a vote.
The ability to have the whistleblower in front of us, something you, the 435 members of Congress, you are the only member who knows who that individual is, and your staff is the only staff of any member of Congress who's had a chance to talk with that individual. We would like that opportunity. When might that happen in this proceeding today?
First, as a...
Okay, I'll play this over and over again until we finally watch it in its entirety. Okay. All I can say is Rogaine for men. You might want to try Rogaine for women first, just to make sure you are dealing with the right sex. Okay. He does know, and they spoke well before he came out with it. No, he doesn't know who the whistleblower is. Adam Schiff doesn't. Well, they needed something that the public could look at. Adam Schiff doesn't know who the whistleblower is. That's the way it's set up. If you were to say I was a whistleblower and I would call the FBI, and I'd say I am a victim of extreme censorship, but I don't want you to know who I am. My entire life has been altered because of what appears to be an orchestrated attempt to shut me down over the past 11 years. But I don't want anyone to know who I am in this particular case. I'm not looking for advertisement. And they would have to keep my identity safe. And they would then present me as a person who has been systematically targeted by the Russians, by countless people in our own government, possibly even people in McLean, Virginia, based on the IP setting of this guy, Hello Mr. David, who comes in our show and attacks us. But I would still have anonymity. And that's the way the whistleblower system is set up. The Republicans don't want that. They somehow want to face their accuser, even though Donald Trump doesn't have the rights assured to him by the Sixth Amendment in this case. The Sixth Amendment does not apply to impeachment, okay? Except maybe in the Senate stage, but not in the discovery stage of the House. So the Republicans got that wrong too. Number one, the Republicans are fixating on the whistleblower. They can't stop talking about the whistleblower. The whistleblower is irrelevant. We now have 12 witnesses that all concur, or at least they will by the end of this week's testimony, that Donald Trump tried to do a quid pro quo while at the same time was saying there's no quid pro quo. So it's like me saying, okay, you either give me the money you owe me, or I'm not going to, produce something for you. That's a quid pro quo. You don't owe me any money. Well, me being Ukraine, I don't owe any, or me being the United States and them being Ukraine, they don't owe us any money. And that's what William Taylor said. So it was a very strange statement that Donald Trump said to him, that it was a business deal and that he wants to make sure he gets the goods up front because they owe him. Donald Trump went into this thinking they owe him. This is insane. We have a president that's holding our national foreign policy hostage over dirt on his enemy, Joe Biden. Now, most of these witnesses, and by the way, the whistleblowers will never be revealed because they are by nature whistleblowers. They won't ever have their identity revealed. What about that do Republicans not understand? Well, there's other things going on that I think are relevant, like this. And the Republicans have crafted this very clever use of one testimony after 5 hours of grilling this guy. Ambassador William Taylor then makes a statement that they find pretty funny. Check this out. Now, mind you, he has no firsthand knowledge. He didn't hear the exact words of Donald Trump, but he did hear a phone call that was heard over a group phone of Donald Trump trying to pitch for a favor. He did hear that, but he was grilled by Representative Jim Jordan, a man who's soon to be in the Hair Club for Men, I'm sure. And essentially, he handled it very well, but they made fun of the way he responded at the very end. Watch this.
Ambassador, you weren't on the call, were you? You didn't listen on President Trump's call and President Zelensky's call?
I did not.
You've never talked with Chief of Staff Mulvaney?
I never did.
You never met the president?
That's correct.
You had 3 meetings again with Zelensky and it didn't come up.
And 2 of those they had never heard about, as far as I know.
And President
There was no reason for it.
President Zelensky never made an announcement. This is what I can't believe, and you're their star witness. Ambassador, you weren't on the call.
Yeah, and he was smiling, yeah. Well, he was smiling because he is their star witness, and frankly, he has every reason to be smiling because he's worked his entire life defending our country's honor and has never lost his post from all the way back to Ronald Reagan. This guy's been our ambassador here. Of course he's smiling. He knows he's got a solid case against the Trump and the likes of you retardicans who simply support Trump mindlessly with simple words like, oh, it's a hoax. It's all a witch hunt. Oh, poor me. Oh, they're lying. Oh, they're all... So basically, let me ask you, Republicans, if you heard somebody lying to you and they said, oh, I'm not lying, and you believe that, aren't you the fool? Because you really do believe that Donald Trump is not lying to you when he's got caught in every single lie. Look at the lie, the big one. The monster of all lies. Oh, I'll gladly show you all of my tax returns, no problem. And here we are waiting, what, 3 years we have yet to see his tax returns, which I'm sure would probably show a definite connection to the oligarchs. No question about it. So Donald Trump has been doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin for 3 years, and we're still catching on. And you Trump-tards have no clue as to how wonderful this guy is and how great he is to have actually defended our country and our policies in this region against the likes of Giuliani and his thugs. Let's take a look at Giuliani and his thugs, the two guys that he had over there doing the dirty work in Ukraine. You take a look at these guys and you'll know right away something's not up. These are the two guys that were pressuring people in Ukraine to get more dirt on Burisma and so that Donald Trump could have a better case to go after Joe Biden. These are the the dirtbags that were actually working for Giuliani. These are the enforcers, the mobster Giuliani has put out there. You Republicans are defending these guys right here. No, I'm not Bill Maher. So you people who are standing there saying, oh, Donald Trump would never do anything bad in that area, you're defending these guys right here. They're the ones that you really support. Nice. Good job. Donald Trump Jr. tweets the whistleblower's name as right-wing media howls for unmasking. We don't know if that's the actual guy. We don't know that. No, we have no confirmation that this poor guy who's been named the whistleblower is the whistleblower, because you'll never know who the whistleblower is. And it's frustrating you Republicans because you want to somehow threaten the guy. This is how you Republicans work. You want to somehow threaten the poor whistleblower who's simply making a statement that needed to be investigated. Unbelievable. Cast is on. Good. Thank you, Froggy. We've been censored over to iVlog. You'll notice that there is no guest chat allowed at iVlog. They shut that down. And I've been contending that iVlog's been bought out. I still believe Mark bought iVlog with all the money he made. I believe that a lot of the censorship has now been handed off to another group and out of Mark's hands. And I think that other group has been threatening me online. I've got numerous statements from this group. I'm not going to give them any credence, though. There's a group of operatives working out of McLean, Virginia that are threatening our show as well. Which appears that, well, as you know, McLean, Virginia, well, let's take a little tour. What do you say? We'll go to maps.google and look up McLean, Virginia and see what's going on over there, because we found one IP address of this guy who hacked our show this past week from McLean, Virginia. Let's see what's going on there. Yeah. It's pretty cold there. They're having a massive cold spell across the country, 20 degrees. Okay, here it is. McLean, there you go. Oh, well, look at that. Guess what's in the middle, smack dab in the middle of that area? Oh, yeah. See that right there? Yeah, see, that's where he's broadcasting from. The hacker came from this area right here. Right over here, there's a place called the CIA. So now we've traced the IP of the hacker to the CIA. Isn't that nice? Can you believe that? That they're trying to stop a grassroots campaign from forming in America? Is this unbelievable? Yeah, Putin is not going to take over our country, I assure you. They're desperate. They don't even want the American people to fix their own country. It's unbelievable. You're working there too, Shaky Dave? You're in New Hampshire? How many people are working for the CIA? Press 1. And how you don't qualify because you're obviously, you know, in your own category. So nobody wants to admit to working for the CIA? Not even Mr. David? Okay, good. No, you're kidding, Misanthropy. You're not. We know you're not. Okay, great. We don't have any CIA operatives in our room. Cool. You worked for the NSA? Dave, they were all here this week signing up for the NH primary. Oh, you're talking about your people at the CIA. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure we've got KGB agents. You, for one, Medveral, we know you're a KGB agent. Anyway, I'm super glad that this guy testified, and he really represents the best of the best in America. Now, of course, he doesn't have the mental fortitude to get press on veneers, so he has a better smile. But you got to admit, William Taylor really stepped up, and I want to thank him and his work for our government, and thank you for standing up to the corruption of Donald Trump and what he tried to do to get dirt on his opponent and put our foreign policy and the Ukrainian government at risk. Thank you. Well, thanks, Dave. It's super glad to have me on your show. Anything I can do to help support America. Okay. No, you're not DGSE. You're not Jesus either. You are FSB. That's what you are. And we have representatives from other agencies as well who are trying to stop us. Hand salute. Welcome. Okay, let's get back into the meat of things. This is what's going on. I didn't tell you, but I had some tweets today that I want to make people aware that Michael Cohen was doing the bidding of Donald Trump for 2 years, and he spoke out in favor of various people, one of which was there was a pro-Russian group that were pushing for control of Ukraine. And this predates all of the testimony you heard today by about a year. I got it, and I've recorded that information in the note file, which we are keeping on you. Yes, Dr. Meow. I will add that to your note file. You know, we don't want to lose any information. Get it? Got it? Good. You were in the NSA in the 70s, Marine Guard, and early at every escalator. 4-digit codes to get in any room. NSA has always been like a city unto itself. The NSA, I think, really made a mistake when they decided to get rack servers at Amazon with Chinese chips in it. You guys are probably working your butt off trying to figure out how many rack servers are potentially in danger. Yeah, believe me, I have a lot of respect for the NSA and the CIA. But when their side ops include attacking a grassroots organization in America, I get a little pissed off. I know she's still out there. I know that Anita's been banned from the show. There has been a series of bans from our show by Mark. Mark locked a lot of people out of our show recently. There is no dirt ring on my collar, but thank you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about Michael Cohen. Even though he had all kinds of information on the Russian involvement with Donald Trump, but the Democrats didn't even offer a deal to get him out of jail. So he's serving as a 4 different year term over 9 felony counts. Michael Cohen is. You know that, right? Daryl says, Mrs. Scruffy locked you out once. This is my favorite tie of all. This is given to me by Sarah. She's so wonderful to have given me this tie. It's beautiful. I love it. It's my green tie for the Green Wednesday that I'm on. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm being kind of shut down over at a couple of networks. So all the networks have gates, and many of you can't get into the chat room because the gates are all controlled by whoever's stopping people from getting in. Hi there from Albania. Welcome. Now, a bombshell report. This is old news, by the way, because I had to go back to Michael Cohen to actually figure this out. But right around the time that Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, was working for the Russian government as our national security advisor, when that happened and Michael Flynn was taken out of service, Michael Cohen, Trump's trusted attorney, started talking about replacing the Poroshenko regime with Artemenko. Now, Artemenko spoke to the House Judiciary Committee, I believe, or to the Mueller investigation team. The Mueller investigation team. Artemenko was called in because he's got relevant activity. He's a Russian allied person who's going to run for president against Zelensky, but didn't make it. They banned her Twitter too. I don't doubt that at all. Yeah, they're really after her. I don't know why. Anita's such a sweet person who's suffering from an illness that she doesn't deserve this. It's really sad. I'm sorry to hear Anita's been kept out of the show. Wow. That's probably why they're doing it, because I have a certain concern for people who are in need of a place to talk at night. Anyway, Michael Flynn was pulled out after 24 days as our national security advisor, and we don't know how many secrets were stolen during that time period. I don't know how much was given to Russia during that time period. I doubt the government's really done a fair assessment of that either. Again, keep your topics to politics or you face the mute. Now I'm getting to something here. I want to make this clear that Michael Cohen became the vocal voice piece for the Russian people, and Michael Cohen apparently knew all kinds of Russian connections and still does. So if the Democrats really wanted to reignite the case, they'd get a plea agreement for Michael Cohen on the table and get him out of jail. Because remember, Michael Cohen said that Trump had threatened to kill him. Much like the whistleblower's life is at stake too. You heard me right. Michael Cohen said that Trump was going to kill him. That's what he said. I'm quoting him. He was threatened. Stormy Daniels was threatened by a thug who said, "Oh, you better stop this Trump thing, or we're gonna. Oh, you wouldn't want to lose your beautiful mother, would you?" And talking to her little one-year-old daughter. Wouldn't want to lose her mother now, would she? That was a death threat. And of course, justice for Katie, the young girl that said that she was raped at the age of 13 by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, she dropped her case because she was threatened life or death. They were going to kill her. So now Michael Cohen is sitting on a font of information. The Democrats haven't even bothered with any of this information that he had. He'd be the person to talk to about why he was pushing for Artemenko at that time period and why Donald Trump was manipulating the Ukrainian government from within. Michael Cohen had received $500,000 from one organization to do that. Hey, let's show your Cool Rock website for Ringo here. Yeah. Yeah, your agency can't find the whistleblower. He's too secret. Yeah, you're not going to be able to find him. Adam Schiff doesn't even know who the whistleblower is. Hi, Sarah.
Hey.
Hey, here's Cool Rock, by the way, folks. If you want to check out our website, it's the Cool Rock online community. And it's fun, free, and private. We're not monitoring you there. There's nothing you can... No trackers there. It says insecure at the top only because it says not secure because we don't have an SSL certificate on it, but we've got fun stuff. You can play music here. You can do all kinds of fun things. Play drums. Play with a computer. That's the computer response. Play some harp. And even below, we've got a virtual reality section where you can look at all kinds of really cool 3D stuff and just experience what life is like in a dualistic world. Or you can go to heaven and hang out in heaven. Here the clouds are very rich and full, and there's no chemtrails. It's all condensed water. Not one chemical in my imaginary cloud land. Anyway, we've got a lot of fun stuff at coolrock.com if you want to check out our show. But now, in order to get into the show at Vaughn, you have to open up the Vaughn pop-out chat separately and then refresh the Cool Rock channel in order to get it to play. Yeah, it made a barrier there for us. We're going to have to work around it, and that's what Sarah is going to be doing. She's going to work on ways of figuring out how to develop a new chat system for us someday. Yeah. So I'm going to bring her into the show. We've got many more little clips from the hearings that we saw today. 5.5-hour hearing in which these two men were testifying in front of the large audience, and they did their best. They really did. They told it like it was, and they both said that Donald Trump was interfering with Ukrainian policy. So everyone's going to say that. And everyone's going to walk away from this with a realization that Donald Trump tried to interfere with Ukrainian policy for his own personal gain. That's an impeachable offense, I'm sorry to say, for you Republicans, no matter how you cut it. Words like it's all a hoax, it's a witch hunt, that's not going to give you a defense. Unless you can come up with a real reason why Mike Mulvaney openly said that there was a quid pro quo and now won't even talk in front of cameras, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, Windows is also using up a lot of bandwidth. CoinHive on Vaughn will implement if you use the Vaughn chat room straight up, but if you use the pop-out chat separate, it won't implement CoinHive and your computer won't be running at 100%. CoinHive is a Bitcoin mining operation that is being used by the Vaughn chat or the Vaughn website. Yeah, so DTV is saying Linux is very resourceful, and I think Sarah's going to learn more about it. She's just letting the updates take place for Windows 7 right now as it starts the computer. You can follow up any other things that happened here. Now, Mitch McConnell, as you know, he said that the Republicans are planning to ignore the impeachment hearings. These are the Republican senators, and maybe the House, for all we know. Yeah. The problem is Mitch McConnell got $2.5 million from a Russian oligarch to get reelected. Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham have both gotten money, millions of dollars, to get reelected. I told you I know everything that's going on over there. Please, Mr. David, yes, how do you know about it? I know everything that's going on at your facility. I can understand things from a greater, I use an inductive mindset to understand how things are operating. We don't know if Eric Caramella is the whistleblower. We don't know that. And it doesn't even matter. Why are you Republicans fixating on the whistleblower? I would think you'd want to defend Donald Trump against the horrible accusations that have just passed by today. You keep talking about it targeting the whistleblower. I don't know why you're fixating on a whistleblower. He is, by definition, secure, and no one will ever know his name. Adam Schiff didn't even know his name. So what's going on? I can't verify who this person is. It could be anybody. But you are fixated on sticking it to that whistleblower. You see how they operate? They want to blame it on that one guy who opened up a can of worms.
He's just telling the truth.
Just telling the truth. And I protect that man's name, too. I don't really want to make a big deal about it. Anyway, another statement here. Former Trump advisor John Bolton says, "I'm not part of whatever drug deal Rudy and Mulvaney are cooking up." Now that got me to wonder. I tweeted about it today. Aside from the fact that his mustache is stellar, nobody's ever seen a mustache quite like that. This guy has a real feel for foreign policy from the backside. I don't like the guy personally. I think he's gotten involved in a couple of wars. But I can tell you he's standing up for America's position more than most. He's a hawkish person, and he left the Trump administration because he could not possibly put up with this type of behavior. When he said, "I'm not part of whatever drug deal Rudy and Mulvaney are cooking up," you got to wonder what kind of a drug deal were they cooking up? And I'd like to know, when John Bolton does testify, and they say he's going to testify in this impeachment hearing, when he does, I'd like to know if he was serious about a drug deal that Rudy's cooking up. I'm serious. Was there a drug deal involved? Because he's talking about a drug deal. I don't know. But he's a guy who warned everybody about what Trump was up to and how he was mistakenly conflicting our foreign policy with his personal gain. And again, you guys are fixating on the Trump dossier. The Trump dossier is very real. You know what's really getting me about you Republicans is you continually go after old news like it's some big deal. You're a little late on almost every single case study that's going out there. You're still going after a dossier that you claim is fake when we know it's real. You keep going after the people that at Cambridge Analytica that were approached by Clinton, and you're going after Clinton thinking that she orchestrated it. Yeah, she probably paid for the dossier. Who cares? It's legal to do that. It's not legal to use the office of the presidency to muscle dirt on your opponent from a country like Ukraine, which relies on our funding for a war against Russia. Do you have any idea how serious these allegations are against the president? This is very serious. No, your refunds are good, but the problem is they're monitoring your behavior and they know that you're a clone. So you're going to have to come to grips with that. You'll never leave that facility. Personally, I would like the Republicans to realize that I got their backs. I really do. I've got our national defenses in mind. I'm trying to stop a Russian takeover of our president, Donald Trump. And I definitely think that a lot of fiscal conservatives like Rand Paul and others should move forward in the Republican Party. I like Mitt Romney. I like a lot of emerging Republicans. I still like Newt Gingrich. I do. We actually met one of his technology advisors, David Krellick, in Palo Alto back in 2010. And Newt Gingrich is a nice person to talk to on an intellectual plane because he is so knowledgeable. I never met Newt Gingrich, but I met his guy. And I can tell you that they were convinced that John McCain was going to win that year. It's kind of funny. Hey, I'm going to step out. Sarah's going to take over. I'll be back. I'm going to do a little cooking.
Are you calling them emocrats? Because they're so into emotion. Pretty funny, Howie. No. I don't know. I just turned on the other computer, of course, and it's like configuring Windows updates. Oh wait, 100% complete. You know how those go. Sometimes they're... I think they're almost done. I think I'll start with... Yesterday I started by opening up VirtualBox. Today I'm going to start by opening up this. Snappy? I typed in the room, ditto misanthropy. I agree with what you're saying. Politically, I think we have a lot in common. Which isn't a lot of people I don't have a lot in common with. Is David a professional male stylist? I know, no, he is not. I know you're right, he could be because he does take really great care of his hair. Oh, you had a guy that got fired today for drinking gin on the job, so you'll be getting lots of overtime. Picking up the slack. It's all coming to you. It's one way or another. I know, you're my teacher. Are you concerned David might not have bleached? Howie, I know what David's wearing. I've seen it all. Sir Paul McCartney, I could, except I am being educated. Well, first I'll show you that this comes up, which I don't know why it comes up. So first things first, I'm going to open up. I have these fruit flies that, because I brought home some radish seeds from my garden. And oops. David loves the tie I bought him with all the presidents. You're right, I would not give David a tie from an ashtray. I bought David a couple ties, but only a couple. Oh my goodness, what happened? Where did it go? Wait, maybe it's not here. That's weird. I have to look for VMix now. Oh, there it is. That was weird. It's like... No, they didn't delete my virtual machine. It just was my downloads file where I store the vMix that wasn't popping up at first. And I always overreact to everything. Sorry. Okay. See this window that pops up now? Every time, well, that's not it. That's a vMix one, and that's my downloads where I hold the vMix. But, and then it disappeared. Wasn't that weird? It pops up every time I start my computer now. I don't know. Have I ever trolled someone? Maybe you. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Not purposely. I'm not a purposeful troller. Fruity Loops? What are you talking about, Fruity Loops? For shortcuts to Fruity Loops. Oh, Studio? Oh, FL Studio. Oh yeah, he does. I never noticed that before. It's some kind of loops. You're right. Maybe it is Fruity Loops. I don't know. I think it's some kind of loops. What? No. If it was, that was a long time ago. Alright. I'm gonna open up my VirtualBox. Oh, I think you're looking at your own desktop, Charlie. Hello, City Living Wayne. Alright. Problem. It's not really a problem, but notice where it says aborted up here. Like last time, every time I shut down, the first time I learned how it was, the first time I shut down, powered off, it was fine. But then a couple days ago, I have no idea what I did. I messed up and I did something, and now Arch Linux will still run. I'll still hit start, but it's it won't power off the same way. David has a bowl of avocados on the dining room table. You like Captain Crunch? It's not that good. Okay, moving over. And then it does say this, virtual machine execution may run into an error as described below. They looked at the details last time. Basically, it's about the 3D accelerator using the VBox VGA graphics controller. But I just hit OK, and I'm close out of these. And I'll put this over here. Alright. Yeah, well, David loves avocados. That's why he does so well with his hair over at... Somebody was asking about David's hair at Twitch. That's probably why. Alright, I'm going to open up my coding tips notepad. Yeah. Close out of that. I don't need that open for now. No, it's, you couldn't see it, but so like when I shut down, I think I did it over here. When I shut down, that was a couple days ago. Yeah, anyway. It said print K, 4 lines, something messed up. Let me look at the, I think I wrote it in my notepad. Yeah, it had these, can you see that? I don't know, it didn't pop up. It will pop up in a little bit, maybe. It has print K, shut down, 4 output lines suppressed due to rate limiting. But I think it's most likely fine because I ran it yesterday. All right, yesterday we were talking about, you're saying I can edit the i3WM config files so I can get the font working. But I thought we did kind of get the font working a little bit. Good deal. Oh, this is the new trivia. Sarah's not doing trivia anymore. She's trying to learn Linux. Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. And I'm wondering if I want where I want to take notes, because currently, okay, just one moment. I wonder if I should get that sorted, because currently I'm taking notes on the computer I'm casting on. And maybe I'll just keep going with that. Only Misanthropy and Sarah enjoy this time of the show. Thank you, Bangalitis, for being here to support me. Snap. All right. Let me log in and start X. Thank you, Big Pangolitis. I appreciate it. Thank you, Pirate. Okay. What do you mean by feminist, Howie? I mean, I think David likes traditional, well, maybe David is a feminist. He thinks anybody can do anything. Okay, just a sec. I'm going to post your information over here. That was yesterday. That was not today. I think that might be why I'm all confused. Male feminists are men who are actively supportive of feminism and of efforts to bring about gender justice and equality. Some pro-feminist men are working on political activism. One of the most common areas of involvement is men's violence, and there are men's groups in Australia, the US, Canada, Europe, and elsewhere who have this as their focus. I don't think so. I am so sorry. It would be better if I get yeah, but now I don't do it because I don't care about makeup. Lost connection to chat. That's sad. All ready to go with my VirtualBox. I'm sorry you hate VirtualBox, but now I have this problem. So I'm going to try refreshing. Okay, I'm going to go back to being able to open a terminal. Terminal. Am I not in a terminal? Okay, let's see if it came back. Chat is open to everyone. VonLive.tv refused to connect. So that's not good. So now I have to figure this out. Maybe I should do that. I did not do. I did start X. I feel like there's something I'm missing. Oh, Vaughn Live refused to connect. Nice, thank you. Sorry, TomTom, I totally missed whatever you said. Because I keep... Oh, here's what you said. Usually something. I usually can't get in VPN. Here, because you're under a VPN. Hello, TomTom. Alright. Thank you. Why is my terminal not opening? I don't know what I'm doing. But that's okay. I'm going to first. I'm going to keep just trying Bon. I'll try Korak and then I'll try something else. Okay, my chat is working at Periscope. It seems maybe I'm working at Drop Frames.
You want to make a little pumpkin with butter and some spice?
Sure.
As opposed to potato?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's not working. Okay. Something, possibly. All right. I'll refresh over here, but my chat's working over there, so I've got two things going. Hopefully I can actually just cut and paste there. That would be good. Except sometimes I think I have to be logged in. I don't know why that's not working. I'll let David figure that out when he comes back. Okay, got it. I got the third party, just the pop-out chat. Yeah, David isn't here, Space Shuttle. You have so many awesome YouTube links, but I'm not going to be opening any of them. Am I in a terminal? Because I don't feel like I'm in a terminal. And I tried doing Alt-Enter. I see your chat. Waiting for X server to shut down. Server terminated successfully. Closing log file. You said do Alt-Enter to open a... But I feel like I have something... Reading what it says on screen should let me know what's wrong. fail to set IOLP for IO. Oh, I need to probably, let me just hit start X again. That's why. Got it. Xorg X server 1.20.5. So I need to oh, I see. Line 1. I mistyped. I get it now. So I need to delete it, so I need to do nano, right? Do nano xint. Okay, so let me see if I got this. Dot xinit rc. And then I need to delete, yes, I need to delete the first file because I mistyped. And last time it was just execi3. So then I can save this, exit, and then I'm back to where I am, and then I'll hit start X. Okay, now I'm in here, and then I can hit Alt Enter. Okay, and so now got it. Unfortunately, you're right, but we can change that. About an indoctrination of Google, that's true. But I can change that. All of that's changeable. Wasn't their motto, though, do no evil? Originally? Google's motto?
Google, yeah. That was their original motto, ironically. But
okay.
All they do is evil. Unbelievable.
All right. Yay, SU. Well, you said earlier about yay, if you were saying yay earlier, yay, SYU, that I'll be able to do that. I'm going to be able, I use that now instead of Pac-Man. And I can update instead of Pac-Man. It'll let me update the main Arch repositories and the AUR at the same time, and it'll do a lot more. Okay. They don't have that motto anymore. It's been a few years. Wow. Yeah. Do you have any vegetables you eat? Oh.
These are definitely no-goes, these things?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Obviously, I liked it, but
All right.
one moment. David, like, just a sec. Need to be in the right page. I don't know where I'm at. Okay. I'm just gonna say sorry, try again. All right, let's look at how many we have. You're eating carrots and cabbage and broccoli in a teriyaki bowl. That's good. That's healthy. Good to know. You like broccoli, cabbage, carrots, and broccoli. I know I do love my worms. So my worms, there seem to be a lot of baby worms lately, Mad Dog, and I'm trying to slowly move. I need to empty out one of my compost bins to make room for more. About his food, yes. You have all the cool things. There's a game called Worm I can use in Terminal. That is one thing that happened last time I got into Linux. I got hooked into a game that they had. That's pretty much all I played. And so I don't need to update yet. Okay. You're going to change a setting. Remember what that currently looks like. Shall I study it, or shall I copy and paste it or something? Core extra community, resolving dependencies, looking for conflicting packages. ACL attributes. Sudo, wait, do I not do yay? Oh. I wonder if I can put this in here. Okay. .configure is a configuration file. For files not in my home directory, I need a sudo to edit and save them. Alright. Oh, because it's not in my home directory, it's in the etc. directory. Okay, and I'm in that see the Pacman configure 5 man page for option and repository directories. General uncomment verbose package lists. Check space. So I uncommented check space. I'm going to uncomment this. And I'll save it, and then exit. That's weird. Oh, okay, I'll get back in. I'm not done uncommenting, Sarah. This is Arch. Yes, McLovins. I really don't like how, let me see if it will let me, what is it saying? Where's my, okay. All right, I need to scroll down to the bottom and uncomment the two lines. They're next to each other, multi-lab and include equals, etc. Wait. Multi-library, right? But not the multi-library testing, the actual multi-lab library. Oops. Wait. There we go. There we go. All right. Okay. Thank you. See, and I like that. I really enjoy that you tell me, like, multi-library is a repository for 32-bit. You might never need it, but it's best to have it if it's available just in case. So when you search for something, you're like, where the is this package? I can't find it. All right. All right. Proposed package, you'll see what to do, what that does when you yay, which I can do now. Okay. All right, I'm back here on my terminal. I'm going to save it. We're at 99 lines. I'm going to exit this, and then I'm going to yay space capital SYU. Synchronizing package database. This is now I'm going to do yes for those. I am actually going to install them now. Oh, I see, because before it had the core and now I can see all the little packages. I know I won't be, I don't know who that is, but sure. I get it, and I'd have to go across. Got it.
Okay, I'll take over now. Were you able to start things up? Great.
I am very kind. That's true.
The technology hour. That's right.
Linux is noisy. True.
Well, the computer works pretty fast. You'd think it'd be a sleek operating system that wouldn't put strain on the computer, but...
Well, I'm running it through a virtual box.
It's running inside the VirtualBox.
Misanthropy hates VirtualBox. I hate VirtualBox, he says.
He hates it.
Yeah, he wishes I would just run a Linux machine.
Well, we can always buy a computer and put it on there, you know.
Oh, I don't want to. I could power off until I come back, but there's an issue that happens when I power off. And I should show you that. That's the problem. I think I did something. I don't know if it's in a configuration file or what. But I almost have to like restart the computer.
Did you unban Hot Rails?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Great. Well, you're doing. This is a very good lesson to all of us to keep. Chat is always working. We're working on a new chat system. Hey, thanks, Daryl. Yeah, I realized that I was the next president of the United States, so I have to look like the part. So my stylist said, David, you've got to look like the next president of the United States. And I said, you're right. I agree. Well, we have a lot of things to deal with. Our country's been bounced around back and forth, and I don't want to be divisive and hate on you Trump tards and you Democrats.
Hey, David, they cut your chat off when you left. It's true. Because it was like I was watching it over at Cool Rock, and then it like stopped working here. And then you had this pop-out chat going. So anyway.
What's wrong with that?
The Cool Rock one does not actually take it. Does not work.
Well, as long as one is open.
See? Oh, it
yeah,
says
but if you open it from this source and go there, you have to open it on that page.
What are you saying?
The pop-out chat.
I don't know what you're saying because I had it going and you just closed it.
I know. It was great. It was growing very well, but I also believe that if you open it up here this way and then authorize it there and then hit refresh here, it'll reopen. See?
I don't know. Okay.
You'll see it.
All right.
It's just a matter of protocol. When you start the Vaughn show, just start the Vaughn main show up, open pop-out chat, and then open Cool Rock. And then Cool Rock will work fine.
But you can... Never mind.
What were you saying? I'm going to go ahead and move this chat in position, and then we're good to go. Yeah, nobody's really worried about this impeachment hearing. The Republicans think that it's no big deal. Trump will skate through the whole process without defending himself. And I will give the Republicans this much: they're putting up a good offense, looking into Joe Biden finally after all this time. But now claiming that that's what they were doing all along doesn't quite cut it. When you hold up $400 million in aid and assistance to Ukraine in order to get dirt on Biden, or a favor, as Donald Trump put it, a favor, that's an incriminating thing he did. And he was overheard talking about that by Ambassador William Taylor, who did a great job. He's an incredible guy. I think everybody got the impression that America really is still there. Yeah, people like that, career diplomats like William Taylor and Mr. Kent. 3 generations were in Kent's family.
Okay, I saved that link for later.
Oh, good.
I would normally leave, but I know that certain times it will need me to like put in my password. Just doing this. Oh, you can close out of the screen.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I've got this thing over here I want to show you. Kent testifies on Burisma and Joe Biden. And this was very powerful. I felt that the work that he did was exemplary. He's George Kent is the 3rd in his generation, George Kent, they're all George Kents, that have actually worked in the State Department in this position. It's like a huge family line of people that have been defending us since World War II in the diplomatic corps. And Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs, George Kent, testified at the House Committee hearing as part of the impeachment inquiry. But he testified on Burisma and Joe Biden's son and what they knew about him. And apparently Donald Trump was going after dirt on Burisma, and it's very likely that Burisma is at the heart of corruption in the Ukraine government. And it's also very possible that Donald Trump is onto something with his assertion that Joe Biden and his son Hunter have been involved in some pretty shady deals, but no laws were broken. That's the reality. And Biden slipped around claiming he was just defending Ukrainian interests and making sure that the corruption was really being dealt with. That's why he fired that guy, according to this. If we can draw a direct connection between the guy that was fired back when Joe Biden was vice president and him looking into Hunter Biden, which has been alleged by the Republicans, if we can get proof of that. I think his name was Krzyzewski. Anyway, he was fired by he was finally fired by the Ukrainian government when Biden said, we're not going to give you $1 billion unless you deal with corruption. And then that guy was fired. But if the Republicans can draw a connection directly, that guy was really, if they can prove that that guy was really looking into Hunter Biden when he was fired, that would show that Joe misused his power too, just the way that he's alleging and the Democrats are alleging that Donald misused his power. It's ironically, both could be to blame here. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Oh, nothing. I did save that for later, that link, and I also was just going to say, I looked at it, and in the, if I shut down, instead of doing power off from like on the terminal window,
yeah,
I go to the virtual box and I click, well, I could show this really quick, if I could.
Sure.
I go in here and then I click on it and power it off that way, then it's not a problem like it was.
Oh, okay.
So
Great.
just power it off that way.
Okay. That's a lot easier.
Because otherwise, if I hit power off, it says, didn't it say something like,
They had a black screen or something.
not shut down correctly or something? I forgot.
Yeah, our Vaughn chat room did go down again. You're right. Something wrong there. So we're going to take a look at that.
Yeah, lost connection to chat.
Yeah, it does that a lot. So I'll try it again, see what's happening. Mark is apparently toggling people off the chat room to try to get you out of the chat room. A lot of you are being kicked out of the chat room. This is what he does, and he's been able to boot the chat room down every single time. Yeah. And he just knocked me out of chat purposely. Look at that.
Oh, is it because I was over here?
No, nothing to do with you. I'm going to go ahead and leave pop-out chat open on that browser and refresh this one again. Blacklist News, what do you have? There it is. Okay, everyone should refresh. We just got knocked off the server. This could be the hacker too. Could you repost Blacklist News? Thank you. Over to iBlog. Appreciate it. McLovin, you're not here in case anyone asks. David, what do you think of Lennox? Well, thanks for asking. Wow, I'm really very pleased with a lot of the different video venues that they have. Apparently the plugins are interactive with music. I'm anxious to see how that works. They used to have a thing on Microsoft where you could play music in the background. It would send out a screen of psychedelic colors and it adjusts to every single sound. And Linux has that, but Microsoft no longer has it. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's just, well, we got ahead of them. I got the Bassett problem out, but man, that was a nightmare. Okay, we had some sort of a bug attack because of some fertilizer we had in the house. Oh, mother speaks about autistic son who died after being restrained at El Dorado Hills School. Wow. Oh my God. Oh. You're gonna look at tragedy. You want to look at tragedy? Did you get rid of all those other links that were down there?
No, they're down there.
Oh,
Just a sec, though.
Okay.
They're right here.
Gotcha.
And then you can do them in there.
It's
like,
terrible, yeah. Are we going to watch that, McLovins?
right here.
Yeah, okay. Great, leave it up. I'll just, what I usually do is, instead of adding, I take links and I usually
I know.
I usually just get rid of them as I bring them in, because I've been getting so many links, it's not even funny. I'm going to have to start sorting them
Yes.
again. All right, thanks, Sarah.
Do nightly.
Yeah. Have enjoyable dinner. You got a wonderful squash dish with some cayenne or not cayenne, cumin and paprika, with the other beans and chicken, and I'll eat the potatoes. Thank you. I put cheese on my potatoes, or I put cheddar cheese on the potatoes and the chicken. It's kind of good with cut green beans. Oh yeah, it's really good. We got pumpkin. Pumpkin's a type of squash. You can eat it like squash, and it's really great this time of year. Okay, here goes a story. A mother speaks out about her son. Sacramento Bee. Very sad. Let's take a look.
He had a big personality. It was obviously the worst year of my life. I haven't done much except just cry. I have like a primal need to touch him, to smell him.
Stacy Langley mourns the death of her son Max Benson, 13, who was autistic and died last year after being restrained at his El Dorado Hills School. Unbelievable. Wow. People in schools are not trained properly.
He had a big personality. They called him the mayor here in this cul-de-sac. He was the mayor. He was full of life.
They tied the boy up and put him face down for 1 hour and 45 minutes. Oh my goodness. Thanks for reposting the Blacklist news. Oh, nuclear wastewater? Oh my goodness. Let's play some more of this.
Funny. And so smart. Just all the things that
Max's family holds on to his keepsakes in memory of him.
you want your kid to be.
Her 13-year-old has
Innocent bad
passed away.
jokes.
It's 1 year after the death following the restraining hold. That's just, otherwise she'd be crying even worse. It's just terribly sad. Yeah, why don't you do that, Miss Anthropy? You seem like the kind of person who would want to do that. Max was placed face down at his school for 1 hour and 45 minutes until he was unresponsive. Can you believe this? Max later died the next day at UC Davis Medical Center. Langley says she wants to ensure that no other family will experience what they've gone through. Wow. Tragic. Good video by Daniel Kim. Whew. Unbelievable. That's sad. Tragic. You know, we have an autistic child in our area who gets bus rides to his house, and he's barely functional. And today, the bus sat out in front of the house for like I'd say 7, 8, 9 minutes, honking for the parents to come in and pick him up. It's like, Unbelievable. I just hope they help these kids in a way that makes sense. The right kind of environment makes all the difference. Anyways, George Kent is one of 3 family members that have done the same dang thing every single generation, all the way back 68 years, he said, to defend our country against Russians and any type of malfeasance in diplomatic circles. So, yeah, what a terrible treatment of that young man. Okay, now we got another story, a kind of a feel-good story that doesn't feel good at all. There's 22 million gallons of nuclear waste under a concrete dome on a Pacific island, and it's sinking. Yeah, nice. There it is, 22 million gallons. That's a small pittance compared to what we store at Hanford Nuclear Repository, 160 million gallons. But it's still something that's significant in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I think we should have Boyan Slat go out there and collect it with his rubber boom. You little bastard. He's the last of his kind. I'm trying to get rid of him. Oh, he's so clever. Yeah, it's always the last of their kind that are the most clever, you know. I've got these little flies are flying around our fruit, and I was saying, Sarah, you know, we got a lot of bananas. There are a lot of flies around them. They were little teeny gnats, right?
Fruit flies.
Are they fruit flies?
Yeah, I'm sure they're fruit flies for my compost bin.
Oh, well, you're going to have to deal with something like look up a natural antagonist to those things. Anyways, we've been getting rid of them. I got the source of the things out of the house. Thankfully, I found it today. I was like, oh, what's this bag doing here? Oh, fertilizer that was, you know, collecting. So I got that taken care of. We should have them out of here probably by a day. But man, they were coming everywhere. I wish Amber would eat the flies, but she's too old to eat anything except her food. Okay, between 46 and 62, U.S. military experiments produced 108 megatons of nuclear yield in the Marshall Islands, 80% of the country's total radioactive waste output from the nuclear testing alone. That's equivalent to 1.6 atomic bombs dropped every day for 12 years. Nice. All that testing, and what did we really get out of it? A sinking island full of radiation. Well, add that to the Fukushima and you've got yourself a real problem, don't you? Oh, goody. Wasteful Wednesday deals with the reality that we're living in a cesspool of waste. It's not good. Could be worse. Nuclear ocean. Yeah, I haven't swam in the Pacific Ocean since I was a kid. Truly. I mean, I used to wade in the Pacific Ocean. But Sarah and I just go like to look at it as it's driving by and the crashing waves. That's, well, it was where they were laying their eggs is in the bananas, but they were actually in an even worse place. They were in an area of old radish seeds that Sarah had put a bag together, and it was apparently a little wet, and they hadn't dried properly, and there you go, perfect environment for bugs to proliferate. And I didn't think to open up the bag until today, and I opened it up. It's like, oh, that's where it is. And I closed it right up, and I went outside with it and dumped the radish seeds all over the garden. Because that's how you do permaculture. You basically let things just keep rolling forward. Just drop them out there and see what happens. If you purposely put the seed down there and cover it up perfect and have everything perfect, that's good. But it's a lot harder. So I just I do a lot of permaculture here. Praying mantis. Yeah, I could dress up as a praying mantis. That would really help. So the government has no plan currently under Donald Trump to deal with nuclear waste. Rick Perry did nothing to accomplish a plan to deal with our nuclear spent fuel rods, which amass to even more than 160 million gallons. When you look at the total amount across the nation, we've got a plan, and it's been put in place before, but we didn't do it under Obama because Obama canceled the glassification program to get rid of nuclear waste. At the Hanford Nuclear Repository, they glassified, meaning they turned a lot of the nuclear material, the liquid material, into glass. It worked. and he had done a great job on a huge amount, and we couldn't send him to Yucca Flats because Obama wouldn't let it go to Yucca Flats. Trump has not authorized Yucca Flats to be used as well, and we have about $7 billion worth of infrastructure down there that could veritably store glassified nuclear waste underground. Yep. The environment will take care of itself, but not when it comes to dispersing radioactive waste. Nature doesn't really have a plan for radioactive waste, so that's why humans have to actually do something about that material. And neither of the two parties has done anything to advance getting rid of the nuclear waste. So I have a plan to use a fast breeder nuclear reactor, possibly something developed right near the Yucca Flats facility, as long as we had a source of water. Sorry about that, I was getting something. And the source of water would be used for the cooling, of course, of the fast breeder reactor, and we'd make it meltdown proof so that we'd be able to get rid of all of the old spent fuel rods slowly. And we'd create energy that could power up everywhere from Vegas, Phoenix, Flagstaff, and we'd have a new source of a low-grade nuclear power, if you will. The end product would be 97% reduced in radiation, and we'd be able to store that safely in the Yucca Flats facility once it's reduced. The reduction process would be the energy creation process, and we would be able to slowly get rid of all this stuff. But without even a plan in place, it's absurd. Yeah, Yucca Mountain used to be the perfect receptacle. It does have all the qualities that we need to store it. It's not near an underground aquifer, so therein lies the problem. How do we get water to it? McLovin, don't think for a second that anyone who's labeled anything should be seen as anything less than another person. All people are equal. Your child is just as important and just as meaningful as anyone else with any different set of problems or no problems. I mean, we all have problems. I'm sorry that Xenu made you feel that way and your son somehow read the chat. Tell him the fact that he even read that means he's special. Yeah, well, Japan has not gotten rid of the nuclear reactors. They just mothballed them. They're still there, and the nuclear waste is still sitting there on an island waiting to have an earthquake. But they were almost 100% nuclear powered before Fukushima, and now they've been shut down. And Shinzo Abe has made good decisions, in my mind, not engaging them. Never. Yeah, well, it's a shame that your life as a father should be to encourage your children no matter what difficulties they face. Now, it is important to note that people who are dealing with autism oftentimes have unique, incredible, genius abilities in some areas. And they present in ways that you would never guess. I met a musical savant when I was a kid, and I've never seen anything quite like it in my life. I was blown away. I was absolutely captivated by this. He was like 13 years old. I was about 13 too. But he could take any song on the radio and duplicate it on the piano. We tried it. We actually played we played the song. It came out that year, Bye Bye American Pie. I was 9 years old, actually. I remember this. He was 13. And I was like looking at him in awe. Bye Bye American Pie, and he starts playing it on the piano immediately. It was the first time it ever played. It was like August of 1969. No, August of 1970, sorry. I was 10 years old. Yeah, so we're listening to this, and he did it with every song that we changed the channel on. It was beyond belief. I've never seen anything like it. It's not like he had rehearsed these. So he's mentally delayed? Perfectly fine. You know, the nice thing about people who are learning slower than others is they learn in greater detail. part of my complaint, and Sarah was telling me about, they're studying different types of children now, and they're finding out that some kids are super fast learners like I was, and was good at everything, and then did all this incredible work up until the age of about 18, 19, and then I absolutely got defeated by the bureaucratic BS at the University of UCLA. I was totally overwhelmed by the communist dogma they kept pushing, and my mind just, it put the brakes on. And it turns out there's some kids called dandelions. This one theorist says that they're called a dandelion mindset. Like myself, is that they flower soon and doesn't really amass to a large growth process. I think I was a dandelion. And the orchid kids are ones that grow very slowly and have these amazing lives where everything blooms for them slowly. So they're studying the way kids grow, and it's actually better that your child is not doing really, really well in school. I know that sounds opposite to what you might think, but I know B and C students in high school that are now fully functional, full-grown professionals working in the pharmaceutical industry. I mean, I personally wouldn't do it, but it is actually better that they don't blossom too soon. No, it's not true, Zeno. You're making you're casting aspersions against an entire class of people. I won't allow that here. You asked for the highest THC? Really? No, according to this person's approach toward how people learn, I think I was a dandelion. I really was. I grew really rapidly. I studied so many things. I read so many books when I was a child. And then I really reached that point where I just wasn't interested anymore. Okay, we got Larry Sinclair. Really? If you insist.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, that was Larry Sinclair when he openly talked about being in a homosexual encounter with crack cocaine and Barack Obama in 1999. Oh, some people think we're born creative geniuses and the public school system dumbs us down. That's very interesting. So don't discount anybody who may be having some learning difficulties. It's not in any way an obstacle long-term in life. I got it. I nailed it. Okay. A natural creative genius is stifled at the time we were born. According to at the TED Tucson, Dr. George Land dropped a bombshell when he told his audience about the shocking result of a creativity test developed for NASA, but subsequently used to test school children. Okay. Now, because we don't feature kids' stories on our show, I will play it after our show. Now, I had to make a commitment last night on YouTube when I uploaded our video. I had to make a commitment to never make material or any type of entertainment stuff for kids. I had to specifically say that none of this is for children. So if you are a child, you shouldn't even be in the show. We expect you to be 18 or over to watch this show. Yeah, chemtrails kind of dumb us down. The public school system can really stifle your creativity. I remember when I was in 4th grade, I was writing a story. It was creative writing, my first creative writing experience. They said, you can write about anything. So I wrote about a science fiction story which I developed. And I was 10 years old, I believe. And I said, I was writing about time travel, alternate dimensions. And the 4th grade teacher, who was built like a battle axe, I'll never forget her, Mrs. Peterson. She was built like a Russian or German sergeant. She said, "What are you writing?" That's not appropriate creative writing. I said, I'm just writing about time travel and science fiction stuff. That's not appropriate for creative writing. She actually said that to me. It really affected me. It was that damage that you get as a child that affects your ability to, look forward to something and to learn something. When you're told at a young age, you can't do that. You can't, I was way ahead of my time. I could have written sci-fi back then, but I did write some screenplays for sci-fi that turned into movies, some synopsises, but that doesn't matter. Anyway, it just amazes you how crushing that is at an early age when you are trying to explore your thoughts. Now, Hot Rails, you were beat a lot as a young kid. Well, there you go. Yeah, you probably have a similar situation where you were held back for some reason. Yeah, I was a victim of abuse in the classroom many times. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I actually reported it to the principal when I was 7 years old, and we had a big meeting with the principal about that, my family and I. You fought back? Okay, well, there are ways of dealing with situations. The situation that I dealt with was so traumatic that most people would never even imagine it. I'll never forget, I had a teacher in 2nd grade that was beyond, she was in another realm of sadism. I've never seen a sadist like her before. To this day, I mean, she's like beyond belief. I can't even imagine what the kids in that class had to endure. When I look back on it, I realize, wow, I'm amazed I even got through public school. I had nonstop headaches as a child. I was an indigo child, obviously. I was extremely sensitive to a lot of the issues of our life that we live in. And I was getting migraines every day. Partly from that abuse, partly from, who knows, I might have had the migraines from the abuse. I never thought of that. Wow. Fascinating. I just realized I might have had the migraines from the abuse. Huh. Anyway, I'm writing about this in my book. I don't want to get into too much detail. But the way the kids are being handled in the early grades it's very important to have really good teachers. Sarah's a really good teacher. She's the kind of teacher you look forward to going to school with. And kids in her class, parents have always said, my kid didn't want to go to school, and now they love going to school with you as a teacher. So it's a sure sign she's a good teacher. Well, I'm glad that the world hasn't bent your spirit, but at the same time, you need to find a niche in this world. Otherwise, your spirit will be a dying dandelion. Now, I decided to do this show because I personally didn't like... Got another one. Good. We're down to just a couple left. I personally didn't like the idea of not talking about politics. And you even suggested, David, you don't talk to Sarah about this stuff, because I really didn't want her to be bored. She got really bored when a lot of the time I talked about politics. She did not like it. So I decided to start the show 11 years ago, and for me it's more of a cathartic release for me to do this, because I need to talk about politics. It's very much an interest of mine. It has been ever since I was a kid. So you got headaches too? Whenever you heard BS, you got headaches when you're in school? Yeah. Hot Rails had to teach your forearm in the mouth and then lie about it. Wow. Wow, you had abuse, I know. Well, if you are a big reader, Hot Rails, that's great. Keep reading. You can get books on tape when your eyes wear out. So you got potential there. But you have to, whenever you have that creative spirit in your side, you have to find something that you can nourish it with. And even if it's just doing this show, I really do enjoy just talking to a chat room and talking about current politics. And I enjoy tweeting now. I do a lot of tweeting during the day. Today I was tweeting about, like I said earlier, Michael Cohen and his attempt to control Ukrainian politics by promoting Artemenko right when Michael Flynn was kicked out because he was a Russian agent. Now, I can't believe I'm even saying this. Our country had a Russian agent as our national security advisor, and this guy too. was working collaterally with anybody who would pay him money. You have PTSD now? You took MDMA and you cured your PTSD? Wow, I had no idea MDMA was working now. I heard people were getting benefits from mushrooms. They're testing mushrooms to see if mushrooms actually help cluster headaches. That's a recent theory, that mushrooms expand your consciousness beyond your headache. Okay, Zeno, that's enough of that crap. You can't attack people in the room. That's a bannable offense. So I saw in the recent proceedings that Bolton said that there was a drug deal with the Ukrainian government. It's like he wanted to get away from the drug deal. Turns out, I said, is there a drug deal with the Ukrainian government? And according to Bolton, it said, I'm not part of whatever drug deals Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up. Mr. Bolton, a Yale-trained lawyer. So is there a drug deal going on? I don't know. Then this one, I noticed that Mitch McConnell was not watching the hearings, and you know, he said right there it's a waste of time. Senate Republicans plan to ignore impeachment hearings. I did some research on him, and I found out that Mitch McConnell got $2.5 million in donations from a Russian oligarch. Now, it's not the largest donation he got, but ironically, PolitiFact did vet this and found that indeed he did get a huge amount of money, $2.5 million, and another $1 million to boot for his campaign re-election fee from Russian oligarchs. So, of course, Mitch McConnell doesn't want to spend any time with the subject of the hearings. He's working for Russia. Good link. Okay, Howie, I would go near your mother's what? Yeah, we're not... You guys don't have to get along in the chat room. It's okay. Don't worry about it. So then I was tweeting a little earlier before that time period. And I wrote this and somebody retweeted it. I'm watching the impeachment hearings here, and I wrote the YouTube link. It is shocking how Trump tried to get dirt on his opponent through all of these people, while at the same time helping Russia stop the funding of their adversary in Ukraine. So Trump was trying to stop Ukraine from getting the money to beat Russia at their border and protect their own country. And that's just, it is shocking to me that Trump would use a petty dirtbag thing like Joe Biden information to hold back $400 million. It's shocking to me. And when it was said by two top diplomats today, I was kind of taken back. That's fine. You guys can talk to each other on any level. It doesn't matter. Our Twitch show has kind of taken just a sit and watch kind of thing. People are watching us because we're in the just chatting section. If I was in ASMR and using my fingers on my skin here and sound of bristles on my beard, they'd probably like to, watch that better. No, I don't. What a long, strange trip it's been, yeah. You were on acid when you first used the internet? Man, so you went to MDMA after being an acid head, now you're really getting benefits from that? Oh, believe me, I don't mind dumping on Trump because he's been working for Russia since the very beginning. Yeah. Sure, we know that for a fact that Donald Trump has been taking orders from Mr. Putin. No problem. That's why he arranged the meeting with Erdogan so easily. Putin absolutely does, he directs Trump around and makes it all happen. I wouldn't doubt that the meeting with Erdogan was orchestrated by Vladimir Putin, much like Trump's meeting with Kim Jong-un. His 3 attempts to have some sort of a nuclear dialogue ended up in nothing. Yeah, you guys want ASMR. I'm going to have to go to ASMR as soon as I get the new mic set up. Then I'll be, doing heavy breathing and, probably rubbing my face and tweaking my eyebrows and whispering. Yeah, that would be really nice. I do get it. I did think out the box. Trump isn't stopping the deep state, DTV. You're one of those QAnon people. I can see that. Trump hasn't prosecuted Warren for her violating perjury laws regarding saying she's a Cherokee Indian on a formal document, or committing fraud, getting money for being a Cherokee Indian. He never prosecuted her. And I can tell you that Trump never prosecuted Ilhan Omar, and we have valid information now that suggests that Ilhan is in fact was married to her brother, who's a homosexual. I don't want the Democrats in office either, DTV. I don't want a Democrat swing here. I want you guys to realize a third-party president is needed now. I'm not trying to sell the Democrats by attacking Trump. You get me all wrong when you say that. Hey, we got new stuff here from Scissor Fight. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Yeah, apparently the custom-made child trafficking van has been discovered. Now, in case you didn't know, human trafficking is a serious offense. We're kind of weirded out by this van here. It's a $150 billion industry, human trafficking is, worldwide, and no wonder they're making vans just for this purpose. What the hell is this?
You're gonna be able to. What? That's the power, everything. That power, all this shit in here. Extra air, all that.
That's air?
It's like this, like all this.
I didn't even see that.
I don't even know what all this is. It should look like a bomb or some shit.
They know what they're talking
This
about.
is, I don't know. This right here. That's like the door. I think this unlocked the door. I want to close y'all in here and see. No, don't close me in here.
Yeah, I'm
gonna open it.
I just want to see, knock on it so we can see, can you hear?
I will.
It's like a human trafficking van. Yeah, it's weird.
Climb out, Alicia. Let her do it.
She ain't scared of him. Call it though. She from Texas with the face something. Knock. Hold on. Knock.
Wow.
Say something. Scream. Open the door, tell her scream. You can hear it a little bit, but barely.
She said scream.
Closing the screen. Do it again. Oh, hell no. You can't even hear it.
Y'all screaming?
Hell.
You could be screaming inside and you can't hear anything going on. Can you believe that?
No. You can't even hear that shit.
It's crazy.
Look, listen to this.
There's a gurney in there.
Yeah. Look at that shit.
Restraints. Look at this.
Yeah, they had something underneath here. You can. It looks soft. Cause they don't weld it together. That's the insulation, Alicia.
Yeah.
It's insulated.
It's insulated, yeah. This is wild, man.
You can't even hear.
Nothing.
That's crazy. This some fucked up shit.
They got probably sound deafening systems that actually, they're anti-sound systems, you know, like the Bose headphones that are noise canceling. They've got noise canceling devices that'll actually get rid of the jet noises in my house. I don't even want to go there. It's messing with the acoustics. Whatever. Seat belts, restraints. Why would they have a van like this if this wasn't some sort of an abduction van? Hello? That's right, Bose makes them. And I understand the new noise canceling ones made by Apple are really good too. I'm sorry, Sony. Sony. They make a brand new set, the 1000 pair. Yeah, anyway, back to this. This is weird. This is not cool. This is weird too. It's like
this connect to the outside. That's how this thing get power right here, y'all.
Mm-hmm. Y'all, this is a telecommunications hub for a group of people that are abducting children. Yeah, this is a very amazing video. Wow.
What is all this shit? Like they tried to clean it. Cause they don't tell them what they don't roll. The only thing you can see visible is that hill.
Look at that window. That's a plexiglass window. That's a hatch. You can't even.
Yeah, and them little scratches. Look at it. Look on the roof. Look at all them scratches up there. Look.
Scratches to get out.
I don't even know what that say. That shit look like blood and everything.
Yeah. Blood in there.
It do.
Just thank God those aren't mosquitoes.
Yeah, really.
I got for it.
Good. I got 2. They're still rolling around. There was an outbreak out of that bag.
Yeah.
Anyway, this.
Radish seeds.
Yeah, it was bad. This is a van they've discovered that's completely soundproof and looks like it's got a place where kids or any humans could be abducted. And
I think this unlocked the door. I want to close y'all in here.
These people are examining this van, and it looks like it's a.
Oh yeah. Look at that.
They got.
Where do they see this van? Why are they examining?
I don't know. I can tell you that the channel itself is a custom-made child trafficking van. And that's just weird because you wonder how these people get away with these.
Lively Locksmith is the name of the user.
Lively Locksmith has the information. It's a 153 news site that Scissor Fight found. It looks like some sort of a device used by a secret organization that snatches children from their homes. Now, I would gladly talk about the subject, but it's not something I would like to talk about while Sarah's here, because she's, you know, she has a different approach toward the show than I do. So I'll talk about that another time when I get back. Google exposed. An American patriot says Google's working for China to undermine America. That looks like a good video too, Scissor Fight.
Now, many of you will remember that this past couple months ago, there was a big story out of Project Veritas, James O'Keefe's organization, of a Google whistleblower. Someone who is pretty senior at Google, who decided to go public with claims about election manipulation that was going on and political bias that was going on at Google, and all sorts of claims about some of the stuff that was happening, what he called dark and nefarious.
Well, apparently Eric Schmidt has been working with the Chinese government to develop the programs that they use to do facial recognition and social credit monitoring. That Eric Schmidt's behind the architecture of the mind-blowingly oppressive totalitarian control being exerted in China. So apparently our country is breeding these greedy people that'll take China's money too. They're that greedy. Or worse, there's some people that contend that Eric Schmidt has been blackmailed by China to do this. There's some pretty weird stories out there of problems with Eric Schmidt's family. One of the daughters died. Another daughter was sick recently and then got some sort of an antidote to some sickness she had. I mean, there's theories that blackmail is going on by the Chinese government to get this high-level intellectual property that Eric Schmidt has. So I don't really know how safe he is as a person, and I don't know if he's even in danger. I can tell you that it may not just be greed at the root of this selling off of our top technology to China. You know how to soundproof a mobile studio? Okay, well, that'll be fun for those of you who want to soundproof a mobile studio, but we're not encouraging you to learn how to create a child van.
Check 1 2.
Okay, you got soundproofing a mobile studio. I'll take a look at that. All right, thank you. Play that later.
Why is that not working?
I don't know. It happened last time. Oh, you haven't gone on a VPN over there.
Well, I'm not. I just I'm just looking at the chat. I'm not logging in.
I know. Well, this is exactly what happens to everybody who comes into our chat room. They encounter the same type of censorship. Can you get another website, like Google?
I don't know if I can.
Just go to Google and see if that works. Because Mark has a standard by which he keeps people out of the show.
No, that's not working.
All right.
Why is that not working? Something's happening down here.
It's all happening. So according to a top professor, this is about a year old, this story, but Donald Trump will be impeached in 2019, says prediction professor. Scholar Alan Lichtman defies mainstream wisdom by forecasting early on that Donald Trump would win the 2016 election. He forecasted that. And in an interview with DW.com, he now predicts the president will be impeached this year. This was done last year. Yeah, so I think very likely could happen. You know, no question about it. Wow.
Why does it have any...
Yeah, Dan Coates was very angry. And he said he was fired. He resigned from his post, which oversees and coordinates all of the U.S. intelligence operations. So with all of our top-level people like Dan Coates resigning because of Donald Trump, people like John Kelly resigning because of Donald Trump, General Mattis resigning because of Donald Trump, Rex Tillerson resigning or fired because of Donald Trump, everybody who warned Donald Trump of his behavior leading to impeachment is fired. Yet you Republicans stand by Donald Trump as though he's fighting the deep state when he hasn't fired any one person at all and hasn't charged Hillary with a crime. It's kind of amazing how you're clinging to Donald Trump thinking that somehow he's doing the right thing. I'm afraid you Republicans have made a big mistake. And it's hurting our country. So I wish you'd wake up. No, they're not. In fact, Donald Trump doesn't have a single thing that could pin anything on Adam Schiff. In fact, when Adam Schiff said that he doesn't even know the name of the whistleblower today, you thought that, oh, that's great. See, he's lying. He may not know the name of the of the whistleblower.
Sorry, I was laughing at something someone typed.
But he may not know the name of the whistleblower. Plus, why is the whistleblower so important to you Republicans? I don't get it. The whistleblower's name and face is supposed to be anonymous. We don't even know if that person Donald Trump Jr. says was a whistleblower is the whistleblower. Yet all you Republicans talk about is the whistleblower and how Adam Schiff doesn't know the name of the whistleblower. Wow, you people are really, really slow in the uptake. We're way past the whistleblower, people. 12 people now are testifying this week with one thing on their mind, that Donald Trump was trying to create a quid pro quo, all the while saying, oh, it's no quid pro quo. Lying through his teeth that it's no quid pro quo, and in fact it really is a quid pro quo. I have been to Compton, yeah. I was at the Compton food stamp office in the 1980s, helping a person I knew get some food stamps. I used to help people with trouble. I was telling Sarah this out the other day. I helped people who were homeless back in the 80s and helped find people places to live and all kinds of things. There was a part of me that really went out of my way to do that for people who were homeless. I met a lot of homeless people back in the 80s. And I can tell you that the more you help them, the more you're hurting them, ironically. Unless you're just getting the basic sustenance like food, water, and a toilet, which I think everybody in Skid Row should have right now. But beyond that, the more you help them, the more you're hurting them. Because they don't want help. They'll use and abuse and they'll take advantage. So don't kid yourself. There's a reason why they're homeless. They're usually, their family has turned them away. Now, I'm not saying don't turn everybody away. I'm saying give everybody a chance, but a lot of times they don't want to be told anything. And that's why they end up becoming homeless. I don't think that's there.
Good, except that.
That doesn't exist.
We're just going to leave it for a few seconds because it says 0 frames per second.
You helped an elderly homeless man with a broken rib get insurance because the hospital kicked him out? There you go.
Shall I restart my computer? Probably.
Go ahead. There you have it. It's the good-hearted person inside of you that goes out of your way to help people. Now, we went out of our way to, meet people in 2010, we were out meeting people across the country, and many of them were deceiving us. And many of them were not who they said they were. And we found out that a lot of lies were being dispensed, and we couldn't trust what they were saying. That's something that good people often run into. People trying to take advantage. Thanks, Giggles. Yeah, I truly want to drain the swamp. I wouldn't hire billionaires in the administration, that's for sure. We get watchdog people that work daily to try to get credibility back into our government. People that monitor the corruption. Those are the people we want working for us. Yeah, many people will lie. Oftentimes, that's a go-to expression when you're on the street. You're not going to get honesty from people because lying is a way of life where they survive. Most people who are on the street are really on the edge, and they'll lie through their teeth. Well, you're not making any money, please, Mr. David. Yeah, you're not making any money yourself. How much money do you have in your bank account, and do you even have a bank account? And how do you get paid? Because you're censoring our show or DDoSing our show, we know that. How much do you really have put away in your bank account or in cash?
Do we read the Twitch chat? Every once in a while. Like now, like Hawkins wrote, sometimes,
member.
When Sarah's in the room, she tries to scan over different chats. The only problem is, like, the Vaughn live chat goes faster, so it it's like moving.
Look at how sad this guy is. Now, check this out. He literally works for next to nothing. He's a professional hacker who is tied up in some room somewhere. We don't know how he doesn't even know where he is.
Stashed away $900.
He can't get out. He says, please, Mr. David, stashed away at least $899.99 US dollar denomination. He can't get out of the place they've stuck him. He says he's trapped. They won't release him from his container. So he's a human trafficked person who's been tied up and forced to hack people, and he claims he has cash, which is his belief that somehow he'll get out of there. You didn't come from Kenya, you came from Cameroon. Now his story's changing. Now he's from Kenya. You see, he was told he was from Kenya this morning because he forgot he was from Cameroon the other day. Sir, you're a victim of MK Ultra and either brainwashed or, that's best case scenario, or worst case, you're a clone of some hacker and you're being harvested. No, I don't want to go back from Cameroon. You don't even know where you're from. What's your name? What is your first name?
He's wanted in Cameroon. He wants to...
Yeah, that's part of his bio. He's wanted in Cameroon.
So not get back to Kenya, just get to Kenya.
Just what is your first name? Okay, just start with that. He doesn't know his first name. I'm not making this up either.
His first name is Mr. Please, Mr.
He doesn't have a first name. He doesn't know. A watch will stop him here. He won't know what his first name is.
I don't think it's safe to release it.
You don't have a first name.
You've been trained to say that. Just been trained to say, oh, I don't think it's safe to release any data. Maybe he is Obama. True. From Kenya? Going back to Kenya? Wait, from Cameroon going back to Kenya? Maybe it is Obama. Okay. But I think Obama stacked away more than $899.99 US dollars. Don't know now if it will come in or not. Silly NDI thing. I'm saying Firefox and all those other things. Oh. And it didn't even have those open. Almost. And of course, without the NDI thing, we won't get through it all, but that's okay. I should have just stayed open. I don't even know what I just did. That's okay. I'll tell you as soon as I'm in. Now you know how it is as a teacher, because it's true. I'm always like, darn, I didn't get through everything on my list. But that's okay. Maybe it's one of her, oh, maybe it is one of Anita's personalities. Interesting. How dare you? Yes. Loading Linux, loading initial RAM disk. I had it all up and I was logged in except for start next. Just leave it like that just in case it does actually work. Nope. You hear David making 40 pounds of pasta. No! Forget the pasta! Alright. And I had up also this. Okay, come over here. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm in. And I have a command line open. One moment though. Don't type anything yet. To get my stuff going. Okay, now I am ready. Okay, just try adding what you put into your XNT. Who cares what ArchWiki says to add? They might be autistic. Nano. All right. Let me start with that. nano.xinintrc, and then correct, you want me to, it has exec slash you want me to put inside nano xrdb space dash merge space dash x resources. Is that correct? Before the exec i3. Okay, got it. Come on. Okay, we'll try it. Do I like living in a prefab house with a pasta addict? I don't know about the pasta addict. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try this. Would help if I actually type things correctly. XRDB space dash merge space dash capital X resources, and then on the new line exec I3, okay, and then control save, wrote 2 lines, control X, and then I'm going to power off over here. Close. Wait. Can I just... Oh, well, I'm going to do it that way. And then I'll power it back on. How could I not like pasta? I do like pasta. It's just the reason I'm not into pasta. And yes, I do like macaroni and cheese. The only problem is that David just cooks way too much pasta. Like pasta and pasta and every single week it's pasta. And I'm like, pasta or potatoes or rice, pasta or potatoes or rice, and I'm... Yes, exactly. And I love lasagna. I love melted cheese. Love melted cheese. And the thing is, you'd be okay with that the stuff as long as he didn't add onions, yeah, and yeah, because you're allergic to onions, right? I know, who doesn't like melted cheese? Oh, David is the kind that would add onions to mac and cheese. He's just weird like that. But I love him. He cooks like a baby boomer, or like, you know, somebody that survived the Great Depression maybe, or at least his parents survived the Great Depression. No, he's like allergic to onions, he said. Nice green screen, cheesy pasta on the side, nom nom. Hi, Hockster. Yes, yum yum. Hockster 1968, are you related to Mad Dog 1968? Alright, I'm logged back in. Wait, Sarah, you're not logged in. Okay. Okay, yes. Much better font. You actually like garlic? That's interesting. You're right, Ticken. You already know. You already know how much I love them. No, but hi. Okay, awesome, Hockster. Okay, now let's learn to search on Yay. Oh, I forgot to add all that other stuff that you said before. Okay. Restart. Start. X. Okay. Type yay YouTube, even though it should be more like boo YouTube. Yay YouTube. Oh, okay. A video downloader converter for YouTube, VOA, VO, Daily Motion, My Video, packages to install, blah, blah, blah. Video downloader written in Python 3. Wait, oh, it has a whole lot of things. I have black garlic. I don't think I've heard of black garlic. Thanks, Hawkins. I especially since I'm looking over here, I don't always look at the chat. And that's why the camera was like that. In front of my microphone. There's what I really am. Oh, that's not me. There I am. That's what my... There you go. All right. Now find MPS YouTube. In there, ARU, AUR, MPS YouTube, get da-da-da, one of those. 16, 10, 9, 1, community clip grab. Did I miss something you typed? So I should type in like oh, YouTube client does not need Flash. Got it. I'm scrolling up. AR YouTube AR Novella -app -YouTube -get integration of YouTube into your Linux desktop via Nuvolo player. Download songs from YouTube using Spotify. Song URLs. Extract metadata for all videos. A downloader with Qt Get GUI. I'm looking for what you're talking about. NPS. I saw one down here. Oh my goodness, it goes all the way up to 100. Oh, yay, NPS YouTube. Got it. Wait, but I'm not back to the command line. I have or to the terminal line. Oh, got it. Oh, okay. I have two equal signs in that great, like, arrow. I don't think that will work. There's nothing to do. Now I'll do it. I guess, am I doing everything in Bash? I guess so. Okay, 3. MPS YouTube, terminal-based YouTube jukebox fork with HD video playback, terminal-based YouTube jukebox with playlist management, terminal-based YouTube jukebox with playlist management. Yeah. Okay, whatever. See how it starts with community? Yes, I see the one that starts with community. That's the repository it's in. AUR is from the Arch user repository. I want the one community. Got it. Proceeding with installation. There you go, Ticken. Exactly. All right, it is installed. That's really saying something, Bengalitis. That I'm able to type things to open it in the terminal. Do I have to? Oh, wait. I do Alt D and then type in, is that right? And then look for MPS YouTube.
You know, I think this fits me better.
Oh, MPS tab. Okay. It looks a little... Weird. What's his name on you? Do you know who I'm talking about?
The home improvement guy?
No, no, the guy with the, like the...
Oh, okay.
The guy that comes on our show that doesn't have show his face.
A shiny puppy coat.
Yeah, totally.
Really?
I don't. Yeah, sure. Come on and see what they think, David. You're many fans.
Yeah. Here we go. So what do you think, guys?
Do I do yay MPS YouTube? Or Alt D? MPS, or just MPS tab?
We're getting ready for the holidays, so I thought I'm going to be doing the Rose Parade this year as one of the homeless people. Yeah, anyway.
Oh, MPS YT, then enter.
That was one epic jacket, I know. It's actually too big for me, but it looks like I'm a rapper, man.
Oh, MPS YouTube.
Set show underscore video true. Set show underscore video true. All right. I'm working on a Snapchat channel that connects directly to my Instagram.
I think I did something wrong, but that's okay.
Now you remember Mad Dog 1968? He banned you?
Maybe
really?
Not.
Hawkster 1968. So you were born the same year Mad Dog was born, huh? And he banned you because you're like another baby from his era?
Okay, I have order. I have a list that says keys and values.
What do you think? What do you think this kind of a jacket would cost roughly on the market?
There's a Snapchat channel about David, and David hasn't even been on Snapchat.
I didn't even been on it.
That's how to run things.
Yeah, I'm not running that Snapchat, no. So, I mean, this is a high-end jacket from Japan. I mean, what would something like
I
this
know
cost
how
a
to
rapper?
type DTV.
$68.97. Bengalides said he would pay $200 for that jacket with the comfortable hoodie. Yeah, well, the hoodie is what makes this cool.
Show video
you know?
set to true. Yes, I did that, and I have a list. It's green, and it has a thing of key and a thing of values, and it has
You need this back east.
DDIR, home, Sarah code, downloads, MPS, and at the very bottom it says show-video space set to true.
I look
And
like
then
a
it
white
has a
P.
little
Diddy.
Arrow.
Dave, your video looks great. Thank you. We take pride in our video.
You do kind of look interesting in that. That's
Well,
true.
it makes me look like a better person than I
It makes you look like
appear.
a pimp.
She said it, I didn't. What if I put these on? What does this make me look less like a pimp?
Oh.
What's happening, my man? Would you link that jacket for AT members to get their crap together? Also, a good hoodie like you. Well, I'm just impressing a lot of the people who are living in the hood who know what it's like to have some serious cash. No, I don't get high in the show. No, I try to avoid that. In fact, I understand you can get high in the show. It's
yes,
okay.
I got
Mark said it's okay. Yeah.
Something. So
Sarah's
over-
never smoked marijuana, and she never will either. I think this jacket could be one of our promotion things, like on eBay, to generate capital here. DTV, that is a rude thing to say, man. Y'all look like you miss Mr. MDM calls me stoned. Check that out. He's an MDM user, and he calls me stoned. I've never done drugs, sir. Yeah, and Mark allows the N-word used here, and I don't allow it. I refuse. I do not want that in our show.
All right, I'm seeing something. I chose one.
This is something Tom Cruise would wear, right?
Oh wait, can I didn't choose 5. I chose something like that. I chose 2 instead of 5.
Let me get my coffee. I'll be back in to join you guys.
Because I didn't really want to do This Land Is Your Land by Awesome Carl. I saw that it shows me a list of ones. And then choose a number. Yeah, okay. Alright, now how do I get out of it? Don't I just click quit? How do I stop it? Q.
You need a better green screen? No, I don't. Our green screen is really great.
I mean, I could just go over a little bit. It's just because I don't know.
We have no problem with our green screen. This guy's, something's wrong with you.
Something's wrong with you.
This is all wrong. I should be in school.
On the other side of the ocean.
On the other side of the ocean.
All right. I'll hang out for 10 more minutes.
You like the apathetic guy, Misan?
Number 1 is Oak Harbor Music Festival with Fumes.
All I said was that Misan was an apathetic cynic. That's all I said. Or I'm sorry, a cynical apathetic. Wow, good. Beekman, long time no see. Welcome. Yeah.
So are those all tags then?
All you Trump supporters, boy, you really are losing it. You're going to have nobody's support in 2020. I guess you'll be voting for me, won't you? I'm the only one close enough to your Trump position because Trump stole 15 of my ideas. I see your point. No, Trump is a disaster. He hasn't done anything for 3 years. His actions with Russia and Ukraine have tied our hands.
Don't forget Hawkster saying, "How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? This is all wrong." That looked like a $250 jacket. That's what I'm talking about. I know it costs more than that in Japan. That would cost $300 to $400.
Man jacket.
That big man jacket. That jacket would cost $300 or $400 in Japan minimum. Good evening.
Okay,
Evil to dance.
understand.
You know,
They just
Trump is the worst possible choice, Bloodmeyer. I just feel like we've been stuck. You got flickering? You're not supposed to see flickering here. Hang on.
So I'm going to do.
That's flickering.
I'm going to start with Yay Neofetch. Is that correct? Wait, no. Wait.
This should work.
I'm just at. Do I type Q again? Because I feel like I'm in.
Yeah, it's just around the chair. It's no big deal. We could use VCam, but then the chair would disappear, and then we would
Okay,
flicker.
now I'm back out.
You son of a beep.
Oh, got it.
Beekman, why isn't Trump promoting mobile medical units? Well, he was during the election, but he gave it up because he realized that would actually lower healthcare costs. Their goal is to raise the rates of healthcare for all of us. The office's order, take in Mr. David. So many refunds. The office has told you you're failing, sir. Your refunds don't even get close to your goal here of trying to troll our show. I was trying to replace Mike Pence. I'm urging Donald Trump to vote to actually do like the Spiro Agnew replacement thing. Remember when Gerald Ford was called in? They called Eagleburg, but he was a mental case and he couldn't replace Spiro Agnew in 1973. So that guy was out, but Gerald Ford came in, and I could be like your Gerald Ford. Yeah. I don't have a 401k. I don't believe in 401ks. It's a waste of money. All the 401ks are going to tank when the economy collapses. No, it's all real, Joyce. My hair is real. It is real. Kind of like Tel Aviv is Israel. I'm not Jewish, no. The economy's not on fire. People are on the streets begging for food. Unemployment is at an all-time high. There's 97 million people unemployed in America out of a potential workforce of 215 million. That's 45% unemployment we're facing right now.
Okay, done.
Joyce, my hair is a work of art. You've been banned. I'm so sorry. Your hair.
I know somebody
They're
came
so
in
jealous
like
of my
and
hair.
was
It's
talking
amazing.
about yours.
They're-
Psych Juice is now over talking to Hockster. How was your day, Psych Juice? The stock markets are unreal. They're too high, Hockster says.
This is exactly what was going on when the stock market crashed in 1929. There's 215 million people that could potentially work in America. I'm talking eliminate grandpa and grandma. Even though the grandpa wants to work because he wants to get out of the house, grandma's driving him crazy. He's still in the unemployed area, but he's not counted in this number. Neither are the children or the illegal aliens. So 97 million out of 215 million equals 45% unemployment. Should I put that on the screen? Because obviously you don't get it. What is good, Mr. David? No, sir, you're failing the government you're working for. Whatever government that is. Look, Dave, Sarah's only using 108 megabytes of RAM. Believe me, I would use less RAM too. I would load the Amiga operating system on here and it would work great, and it would use less than 3 or 4 megabytes of
How
RAM.
did you know that I'm only using 108 megabytes of RAM?
Because he's monitoring your activities from remote location. That was one of the codes he put in. It was send all info to his location. So that computer is pretty much vulnerable no matter what. I did launch my 2020 campaign, Beekman, but unfortunately our censorship has been reaching astronomical proportions here. It says it on your screen.
Oh, right.
So it says using 139
No, because
megabytes of RAM.
Because he's seeing it back there. It is finally coming in.
Oh, praise it. Yeah, the censorship is terrible.
It's
We're
taking a while.
encountering nothing but problems. Oh, I'll be running till 2088, actually, is that I'm designated to win in 2088. Because I don't get any older, I have the potential to run for over 100 years. I am telling the truth about being censored. My YouTube channel is the same number of subscribers we had 9 years ago. I could play Sloopy, but that'll be later, Bengalitis. Yeah.
After about like 4 minutes when I'm finished.
No, after,
is there anything
no.
we can accomplish in 4 minutes?
She monetizes. Sloopy makes money. That 82-year-old woman makes money. So I can't
then
play
after
it,
David's done with his show, his recorded broadcast,
right.
Which I don't know. He seems to record longer and longer these days.
I record 5 hours of or 4 hours of show every night. We upload it to the internet. But I have to be very careful to not violate their monetization laws.
I don't know what they're saying over at there. Okay, I can try using
Hawker, good luck in school, bro.
Okay, so I'll type Neovim.
Okay, so some guy's living in his RV.
Oh, just in them?
I bought a trailer home today for $51,000, and he's living in it while he goes to school. College. A trailer home for $51,000. Well, that's not a trailer home, that's a palace. You could have got a used one. Would you buy it new? Psych juice? You're going for your science and economics, a lot of math, but eventually you'll be a financial advisor.
Do I want it to be like Neovim something, or does it matter?
You'll be like Ocasio-Cortez, a graduate of economics. Yeah, you get a job in business. Ocasio's, she's losing support. I heard she's actually lost support in her sector. The Democrats are a little bit concerned that Ocasio is actually dropping from. Her numbers are not polling well. Yeah, her district numbers are falling bad. The more she poses with weird people, the more likely her numbers are going to go down. Ocasio's district numbers are atrocious right now. According to a new poll, Ocasio is very unpopular nationwide. That's all we have. All right. That's as much of a story as that they'll put on her. They don't want anyone to know she's dropping in popularity. Now type a couple lines, just a couple characters, and you go from there. Yeah, we don't like her. Nobody likes her. She's just too greedy. She's going to make money in retirement. She'll have a retirement account. Once you become a U.S. representative, you immediately get automatic guaranteed retirement the rest of your life. You don't like her. You don't like anything. You're a clone. Try not to be like humans, even though you are a human. You're a clone. Hello, Ms. Third Party and Mr. Third Party. Hey there, Mr. Matic. How dare you? This is all wrong. I should be in school. Let's listen to some of William Taylor's testimony today, if you don't mind. Just a bit. I want to catch some of the hearings that I missed this morning.
The majority time has expired.
Okay, I'm sorry, but we no longer can hear it. We've expired. Our time has expired.
Would you gentlemen like a brief recess?
Yeah, I could use a burger. Oh yeah, those Reubens at Rayburn Building are really good. Yeah, I agree. These are two guys who are going to meet up in the bathroom later with a wide stance. No, they actually work together.
Should I just get rid of this since it's not that?
Well, let's take a 5-minute recess and then we'll resume with minority questioning.
That's just not true. That's not a 5-minute resource. That something's not right.
The gentleman knows that's a false statement. I do not know the identity of the whistleblower, and I'm determined to make sure that identity is protected.
That's the funniest thing ever. Adam Schiff doesn't even want to tell anybody that he knows the identity of the whistleblower because he doesn't know the identity of the whistleblower. Guest chat will be turned off as long as the hacker from the government continues to hack us. He's making lots of money. Everybody says he's doing a good job. And the PSYOPs where he pretends to be a clone is working too. Then you can RM when you remove when you are done. Yeah, and look at this poor guy. He says $899.99 is a lot of money. Dude, you could make that kind of money at Walmart the whole 2 weeks that you've been trolling me. Do you have any idea how much money you made your agency that you work for in the past 2 weeks? You walk away with $899. Do you know how much they made off of attacking people and hacking and DOSing and whatever else scamming you're doing? I don't have a clone, no. This is some guy who's a clone of a hacker. You don't make anything. God. What do you lift for money? What do you steal from people's pockets or something? You're a gym teacher and a trainer and you steal their wallets of everybody working out in your gym? Oh, it sounds to me like you're Patrick. You came in through a new name. Yeah, he's a Patrick. What was the climate.com website you gave us yesterday? Climate, yeah, it's called, well, this is the website. My website is chemtrailparty.com. If you go to that site, you'll open up a realm of information, and everything points to we're being sprayed like insects.
Okay, wait.
Don't forget that chemtrails are chemicals that are being dumped in the air, and there's no real peer-reviewed studies declaring how toxic they are. It depletes our country of oxygen because it blocks light for photosynthesis. And it causes droughts, hurricanes, and earthquakes with weather warfare. And at Chemtrail Party, click the link button at the top. It'll give you all the information you need right here. Or you can go down below and read more about it here. All right, thank you.
Because you can use it to write any code, kind of like Notepad and ++ and Windows.
Right. That's the beautiful thing about Arch Linux, is it is a code writing language.
That's the female part.
NeoVim,
right?
NeoVim is very customizable. You know, this is getting a little ridiculous.
Kind of like Nano. Sorry, I can leave.
No, it's just getting a little ridiculous. No, it's just that she wants to do this and take care of learning this program, but I'm okay with it. It's just the other part that's just a little bit weird for me.
All right. Okay, that's it for now. I'm back into my computer. I can delete the NeoVim file later.
Yes. No, dude, you're just a BS artist who came into our room with a name that doesn't make any sense. It looks like you're a weirdo. If you chose a good name to be a weirdo, and same with you, political MILF, both of you are a little bit weird. You're new to our room, and it's unlikely you'll last more than about 6 or 7 minutes. All right. Hawkster, you're done with that? You got more stuff over there? 369 is impressive, yeah. You got yours pretty brand new. It's pretty nice, temporary trailer. I would say so for $51,000. Can I show you what a brand new trailer will get you? I mean 51,000. That's huge. I disagree, Hawkster. I just showed you a beautiful 30-foot trailer yesterday for $12,000 in Tacoma, Washington. $12,000. It was absolutely stunning. You want to see it? I'll bring it up right now. Apparently it's not in my history file. Should be.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Good night.
I wanted to show you this trailer and compare all of you. This is what I saw yesterday for $12,000. I'll bring it up for you.
2011 Keystone Hideout trailer RV. $12,000. No, yeah, $12,000.
Yeah, this guy said he got a good trailer for $51,000. Okay. Tell me it's better than this one right here. Nice slide out. Everything's clean on this thing. Everything looks good. New tires, new tread. Brand new. The guy's meticulous. That's a clean rig.
Oh, that's cute.
Isn't that cute?
That the back?
That's the kitchen in the back, yeah.
Or the front?
Kitchen in the back. Kitchen in the back with Dinah. Nice Dometic refrigerator, a good stove.
Is that a fifth wheel?
No, it's just a trailer with two.
Oh, that's
with a slide out.
Is it the bed in the back?
Yeah, there's a bed in the front. Kitchen's in the front. Bed's in the back. Sorry. But tell me that's not a nice rig for $12,000.
That is nice, even if it is a bed in the front. But either way,
it's a nice shower. Nice. So the kitchen's in the front. No, the bed's in the front. Sorry, the bed's in the front. Queen bed.
Well, that is what you said originally.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty nice. I mean, oh yeah, check it out yourself. I'm not gonna, make you pissed off that you spent $51,000. But come on, seriously, really?
Well, I don't. Oh.
He's going to college. Well, that $12,000.
He's not talking about an art trailer. He's talking about like a home, a 3-bedroom home.
Yeah. Oh, why would you call a 3-bedroom home a trailer?
Like a manufactured.
Oh my God, he made the ultimate mistake of calling his home a trailer. It's a manufactured home, sir, or a modular home. It's not a trailer. Yeah, don't denigrate yourself. Do you seriously expect to meet a woman in college telling her you live in a trailer? Oh yeah, I bought this really cool trailer. I'm living in it.
Yeah, just call it a manufactured home.
She's gonna go, yeah, you're like trailer trash. I'm going out with you, man. It's not a trailer. It's a modular home, you fool.
Okay, I'm gonna remove this.
Thank you. Just exit from there and we'll back to normal. We're right in front of the White House. We went to Washington, D.C. last summer, and we couldn't even get close to the White House. Parking really was bad.
I've decided that I do like driving.
Yeah, it's fun to drive when you have a nice car. It's great to drive. I didn't mind driving 10,000 miles last summer with Sarah, and she took a lot of that off my hands. But yeah, $51,000 for a manufactured home. Thank you. I was going to say $51,000 for a trailer. That's a lot. I can tell you, we don't respond to people calling people names like that. So pick some new names, guys. We don't like your names. You can park in paid parking lots outside DC and take the subway into the city. Try finding a nice paid parking lot anywhere outside DC that isn't like completely racked with drug dealers and addicts. I mean, come on.
That's pretty cool. Isn't that nice? 3 bedrooms, 51,000. That's the way to go.
You were born outside DC? Well, you must know what a trash hole it is now. I saw areas around DC that didn't look like they were habitable by normal people. We couldn't find even a place to stay in a hotel. How do you live in a parking lot in your trailer?
I don't know.
He just stayed. Everything
seems
so.
He didn't have that problem at the parking lot, but then he took his subway into the city.
Zach has a $120,000 tiny home. Wow, Zach, it must be like deluxe.
Why?
Why don't you get the $12,000 trailer I just showed you, Zach? Here, let me give you a link to it. You can sell your $120,000. Sell your trailer, pocket the difference, and put it in your 401k, and watch that decline as the market collapses. Okay. You want your home to be no more than 120 square feet. Well, I found a place you could live in an office in Butte, Montana. I showed you an office structure.
Is that to like make sure that no one ever wants to, like, you definitely want to live by yourself, and
he does,
also it's to help you not collect stuff.
Well, Sarah, let me show you a place that I found him that he said would be perfect. He said, I want to move to Butte, Montana, right? So
okay,
I showed him this place over in Butte, Montana, off Zillow.
There's this really cool place in Bozeman.
It's one bathroom, one bed. It's an office.
Cool.
This is it. for
That's pretty cool.
$17,000.
Montana, David?
He wanted to move to Butte. I told him 17 grand, you got yourself a bedroom and a bathroom in there. And look, it used to be like a bar or something. You could probably turn it into O'Neill's Drinkeria or whatever the heck it was. It looks like it's got an office license too. You could live in there and have a bar. Be great. A great place for a prophecy study home. No, that name is inappropriate too here.
That's true. It is fast to clean.
Well, the trolls are out tonight.
I know about clutter. That's true. I do have some clutter.
I wouldn't worry about clutter. It's irrelevant. How dare you owns 2 homes? Really? Did you get the money to buy them from Mark? Thanks, Sarah.
Yep, you're welcome.
Dave, ice cream is on sale right now. Between last night and today, I'm the one serving from having eaten a half. Uh-oh. That's called pre-diabetes. The ice cream may be on sale, but the pre-diabetes, the diabetes is priceless. I didn't mute a Muslim man. I muted a guy named Muhammad Abdullah. There's no way of knowing he was Muslim. I can't prejudge. I don't think so. Talking about ice cream is not a purgeable. No, please, Mr. David, you lived more than once. You're a clone, dude. Your DNA has lived through a few bodies. You don't even know you're a clone. That's what's so sad. I feel like writing a story about you because I don't think anyone's ever written kind of a fictionalized story about a guy locked in a trailer at the CIA headquarters, hacking people. This would be a first. I'm just kidding. How dare you? Why do you? I don't know anybody who's gotten a lot of money quickly without getting free money from Mark, who got money to censor me. So you're a first. You built a cabin and bought a cinder block home? Well, you're pretty amazing. Cheers to you, buddy. How dare you? How dare you do something on your own like that? How dare you? Well, you had to fix it up, didn't you? How dare you make more pasta? I read a guy about a story about a trailer who had psychosis and chased a fake life. I never met anybody with that same problem. I knew a guy who lived in a trailer who thought people were after him. When I was a kid, I used to go visit a guy who was like 75 years old, or he must have been 75 years old. He seemed like he was 65 when I met him. And then later, when I met him later, he was insane. He'd gone off the deep end, living in a trailer. So I can definitely agree there are people that live in a trailer and go crazy. Thank you very much. No, in fact, we lived in the 1960s. In 1967, I was 7 years old. My parents were staying in a trailer park because they had to stay there because my mother needed to be near her father because her other relatives wouldn't give us a place to stay. If you can imagine other relatives like brothers not even giving us a room to live in, when he himself lived in our room for like 2 years free of charge. Anyway, we were forced to live in a trailer down by a power electric plant in Long Island, New York, Northport. No, trailers were not cool in 1960s. The area I slept in was this much space. I was 7 years old and I was getting claustrophobia because it was like 98 degrees, 98% humidity with nothing but a little fan running. And I was sleeping in a space this big above the dinette in our trailer because our relatives wouldn't offer us a place to stay. So here I was in this trailer park, and it's a long story, but to shorten it up real quick, I used to walk down and talk to this old guy who had a collection of driftwood. And my parents didn't think anything of it. It's not, back in the 60s, you never thought, oh yeah, our 7-year-old, can we trust him down there with that 65-year-old in his trailer? We never even thought of weird stuff like that. Yeah, they've done that a few times. I've got some pretty bad relatives. Let's putting it mildly. I think I'm going to write this in my book too. But it was weird insofar as it was innocent. Nowadays, you'd never let a 7-year-old go, 7 trailers down and go hang out with some 65-year-old for an hour or so. Anyways, I'd go down there and talk to the guy for an hour just to kill some time. No, my family were never control freaks. Are you talking about my outside family? Well, they're weird. They're definitely on the weird side. Yeah. But he would tell me stories about every single piece of driftwood, and dang if every single piece of driftwood didn't look like somebody in particular. It was amazing. He had driftwood that looked like Eisenhower, driftwood that looked like the Pope. And then 10 years later, my father and I went back to this trailer park just to see what it was like, and we met that guy. And he was so paranoid. He said, yeah, they like attacked my heater in my trailer, and they're after me, man. And he kept saying that. And we knew, it was like, tweet, tweet. You can't live in a trailer by yourself for 10, 20 years and not go crazy. Just so you know. Do you prefer hanging out with people older than you? Did I or do I? Well, my parents were not distrustful of the old psycho down the street. That's why I'm saying our world has changed, and probably for the better. I don't think it really was safe for me to be talking to a 65-year-old weirdo talking about weird stuff, when you think about it. So, I mean, in a way, we've just gotten a lot more concerned about, you know, who's seeing who when kids are out and about. You know, I don't really hang out with older people now, no. I welcome all people, yeah, of all ages. I'm not an ageist. I don't have a age barrier like Greta. Greta is a bigot. She's discriminating against ages, you know, all these different generations of people. And I think she's gotten way more press coverage than she deserves due to the fact that she simply doesn't talk about any solutions. She's got a wall in San Francisco done in her face that makes her look like some sort of a cretin from the Black Lagoon. She has a look of hatred on her face wherever she looks, anger. I mean, they've used and exploited this young girl to push their agenda of climate change, which is really just cap and trade legislation, which they've been pumping for years. They won't talk about the real problem, which is chemtrails being dumped on our heads. The endless daily spraying of chemicals in the atmosphere. Particulates, nanocarbons, nanofibers. And this is going on daily. It's not like an endless, it's not like it's stopping. It's going on daily everywhere we go. She's not heroic at all. In fact, she's being used, and she's being used to push an agenda of climate change legislation, which is not good. It'll cost you your $899.99 if you ever do get out of that installation in McLean, Virginia. Sir, it's highly unlikely you'll ever leave that place. You will be there forever. You'll never get out. You will be there for as long as you live. Wherever you are in McLean, Virginia. No, you won't even be able to use your money. You'll never get out of there. Your money's worthless. Poor guy doesn't have the ability to understand he's been cloned and he's trapped in a trailer. It's pathetic. Yes. I'm very sure that the young lady is not well. But I'm not a psychiatrist, but I can tell you that her mental disease, her mental impairment is not something that's going to get better as she gets older. These are not vapor trials, these are chemtrails. And they're dumping on your head to modify the weather, but you're too stupid to understand that, DTV. How can there be no such thing as chemtrails when I have a website called chemtrailparty.com? How is it possible that chemtrails can't exist when they exist on my website? And if you go to my link button, you'll go to every single chemtrail in the world you'll ever want to see. I think one of the best links we just got in right now is this one. It's on the main page. Hang on. This one right here, weathermodificationhistory.com. This gives you an entire history of all the chemicals that have been dumped on your head over a timeline. It's pretty cool. If you want to check it out, go there. Weathermodificationhistory.com. You can find it at the bottom of chemtrailparty.com. So tonight we got a good video, 48 minutes long, about Google being exposed for selling top secrets to China. And we don't even know if Eric Schmidt is safe to sell these. He may be extorted. We don't know. You know, I've looked at Meghan Markle and you're convinced that Meghan Markle is some sort of a transgender? I don't think so. I find it hard to believe that her height is the thing that triggers me to think that she's not a transgender. She's 1.68 meters. She's 5'5", and looking like she does makes you wonder how would someone so diminutive and so cute be a dude? You know, and even her bones seem so small and petite. You know. Okay, I tweeted Meghan Markle last week. I admit it. I'm not going to hide from the fact that I tweeted her. Meghan Markle, the princess. What are you, unaware that she married Prince Harry? Hello? She's totally female. Oh yeah. And I got to tell you, I care about what's going on in her life. And she recently had a talk on the news where she said that people don't care. She had an interview, yes, about caring. Yes. I don't have that queued up for you. I'm sorry, but I just find it hard to believe that she's a transgender. Yeah, I'm afraid that that's impossible. Now, Michelle Obama, yes, I can believe Michelle is a transgender, but not a 5'5" Meghan Markle. She doesn't look like a transgender to me. And she's giving her child a good start, and yeah, she was presenting when she was carrying. And her husband, Prince Harry, I'd be more inclined to believe that Prince Harry was replaced. There she is. Why is everything on David's screen backwards? Because I flipped the screen around, that's why. That particular image was flipped. David, do the royals know what kind of blood type to look for? Yes, they do. The royals are very interested in the right blood. No, I don't believe. I think Prince Harry and she are very... I just don't believe that's Prince Harry. Well, there was a guy that wrote a 200-page book that went to print in England who claimed to be the real Prince Harry. And it was a tragic story, really. The guy ended up dying. He was shot to death the day that Meghan Markle and Harry, the current Harry, got married. So, I know that this may be the first time you've heard it, but this is the man that appeared to the press in England that he had been abducted from his life in the royal palace when his mother, Princess Di, died. That he had been approached by the Queen, and he apparently upset her so much that she got rid of him, sent him off to some estate to live on. I know this is sounding kind of weird just talking about it, but there's some really interesting things about it that just don't add up. So let me show you the picture of the guy who claimed to be Prince Harry. Here he appeared, Prince Harry appeared. This is the picture of the guy who wrote a 200-page book, which no one has a copy of. British Royal Intelligence and MI5 bought every single copy. I know. There's not one single copy in a print at all. He wrote the whole book about his life at the Queen's home. And he looks very close to what appears to be the real Harry sitting in a picture here with former Princess Diana. You can see that the picture of his face is a pretty clean match between the two. You see that? And that we know it gives him some validity, right? And then when you look at the picture of Prince Harry today, he looks more like Charles. I mean, if there was ever a person who matched the look of Charles, it's this guy. So Meghan Markle is, I'm sure she knows, she believes this is Harry. I have no doubt about it. I'm sure everybody in England believes this is Harry. The problem is, this guy who died the day that they got married, he was shot to death by unknown assailants, looks more like the picture of the little boy sitting next to Princess Di than this picture right here of a guy who looks more like Harry. So your guess is as good as mine. I just told you a conspiracy theory that's out there, that's all. Hey, we've got a video about how to rebuild a VW bus, 1970, looks like a 71 or 72. This VW bus is going to be rebuilt on our show tonight. Full hour, help me fix it. Cool, it's a nice bus. I worked on a VW just like this. I did all my, I created a hippie van out of one of those things back in the day. Here's the story of the real Prince Harry found dead. Man claiming to be the real Prince Harry found dead in an Irish hotel. They found the body of a 30-year-old James Francis Alexander, a young British nobleman mostly known for his claim to be a member of the royal family. The young man had multiple bullet wounds, and the police found some signs of struggle in his room, suggesting he was a victim of a violent crime. The victim clearly didn't commit suicide, Lieutenant O'Connor told reporters. He was attacked by more than one assailant, probably 2 or 3 individuals carrying pistols. The poor man didn't stand a chance. He was hit by more than 20 bullets, probably fired by silenced weapons, since none of his neighbors heard anything. It's too early to confirm anything, but this is probably the work of professionals. So there he is. He was raised as a young gentry, really. His name was James Francis Alexander, who had memories of being 8 years old and torn from his family because he made a rude remark about the father, who he claimed was not his real father, Charles. No, Epstein's alive, Fat Vinny. You need to spread that rumor, not Epstein didn't hang himself. Epstein's alive. That's the rumor you need to get behind. Thanks, guy with no job. Hey, do you really want to work? I mean, there's got to be a job out there for you if you really want to work. A retrospect of how the children, the boys, reacted to their mother's death. Yes. It was such a solemn day for everyone. In 1998, I believe she passed away. Oh, I'm sorry, 1997, August. Yep. Tragic day for the family, and they're the 2 boys. They were devastated when their mother passed away. And what a great woman she was. My goodness, I mean, so many people love Princess Diana. And you got a 115-year-old abandoned house, untouched abandoned church to look at tonight. Thank you. We will add that to our list. Absolutely. Please keep out. It's an abandoned old house. Look at that. And these are fun. We do these on Wasteful Wednesdays. It's kind of a fun thing to just check out things that are left behind by people. But yes, I wish Princess Miracle and Prince Harry the best. I don't believe that he was necessarily replaced, but it really doesn't matter at this point. Are you telling me I'm Mike Rowe? Yeah. Tell me, David, why don't you work? Oh, I retired. Long Hong. What is your big theory in Japan? That he was replaced? Really? I'm onto something here. Was Diana's death really an accident? Well, we could talk about that. I mean, Dodi Fayad's father came up with some pretty powerful information. He spent $6 million determining from investigators that British Royal Intelligence had amassed 500 officers in Paris 2 days before Princess Di's death. That's a very serious allegation, and it's public now. They've never answered to that. England has never had to answer to that. They're too busy right now worrying about Prince Andrew. There's been so many references to Prince Andrew and his recent run-in with the Epstein situation. Here Prince Andrew was driving away gleefully with his mother the day that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly killed himself. You really believe I'm an actor from the 1980s, really? I have no professional training whatsoever. And to say that I'm an actor from that time period is absurd. I don't look a bit like any of those people from that era. There's not one person that I would even get close to looking like, except maybe Dennis the Menace. You can see them right there, Dennis the Menace. That's as close of an actor I could even get close to look at, but I'm not him. Hey, Mr. Wilson, you want to come out and play? Hey, Mr. Wilson. Yeah, that's a pretty close match, but no, I'm not a child actor. In fact, in case you didn't know, I'm an older person. I'm not a child. My facial construct was developed to look like an older man, not a child. I have more worth than Dennis the Greedy Menace. You're true. I do. I have more spiritual worth than he does. The royal baby name was named Alexander James. This is a story of a man who claims to be Prince Harry and is now dead. Alexander James and Arthur, favorites for Princess Arthur and Harry, Meghan Markle's son. Oh, really? They're going to call him Alexander James? What? You got to be kidding me. Okay, that's a little weird. Yeah. And Madison Star Moon, and we got information coming from One Pacific Redwood on the current evaporation going on in California.
For the Southern Okay, November 13th, 2019. Skies are a mess over the Southern California area once again. And the reason for that is we've got jets, specially equipped jets, spraying this aerosol desiccant, which maintains a very low relative humidity in the atmosphere. Desiccants absorb water vapor, and that's the reason why the key component in the chemtrail aerosol haze is aluminum. Aluminum is a desiccant. Okay, so we can see a jet right there. That's just flying a normal commercial flight route right there. All right, now if we look at the NOAA GOES West, Western U.S. water vapor loop, we can clearly see a low pressure system approaching California. All that moisture is moving right into the state, into northern, central, and southern California, and yet there's zero precipitation showing up on the Doppler map. And that's because of all these aerosols. These aerosols cap the atmosphere, and that's...
Now with that wild story about an Indiana couple charged with abandoning their adopted daughter, I'm in an exclusive interview with Dr. Phil.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
And that's why the temperatures go up. When we're sprayed heavily, we have higher than normal temperatures because there's no lift in the atmosphere. The humidity drops because these are desiccants. They're designed to modify weather, prevent the precipitation process. So there it is. That's the skies, what they look like today, November 13th. We've got moisture moving in. It should be raining all up and down the entire state of California.
Nothing.
Okay, that's it. We'll do another update soon.
Okay, One Pacific Redwood. If you want to follow him on YouTube, he is available. One Pacific Redwood. He does a daily assessment of the weather modification going on in California that's creating this nightmare. So the very fact that they're going to name their kid Alexander is strange in and of itself, when James Francis Alexander was the name of the young man that was Prince Harry, that was changed to. This guy's just a royal lookalike? Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, this was the cover story that Prince Charles actually talked about. He actually met the guy who claimed to be his son from a, well, whatever. Yeah, there was an actual meeting with these two. It was a double take, and he thought it was his son, but he doesn't look a bit, this guy who claimed to be Prince Harry doesn't look a bit like Prince Harry today. So I don't buy the look-alike thing that the story is projecting. Prince of Wales does a double take over Harry look-alike. I don't believe that. I believe that this is a staged event designed to make it look like a guy he chatting with named Matthew Harbour, a dead ringer for his son Harry. This is not Matthew Harbour. This is James Alexander. The whole story is more and more weird the deeper you get into it. It's filled with all kinds of twists and turns. Doesn't matter. We'll never get to the bottom of it anyways. Don't worry about it. Madison Star Moon has another video. DEQ Air Division. She goes out and talks to people in the government about all the air spraying that's been going on in our air.
Madison Star Moon. My birth name is Amanda Danielle Bays. I'm an environmental activist here in Hampton Roads, and I have been fighting air pollution, specifically airplane pollution here in this area, and it is getting worse.
This is amazing. This is down in Florida. Look at the skies, people. These are not contrails or condensed air from jets. Man, that's a fast one. The fastest gnat of all. But I'll play this later tonight for sure. She's in the lineup. Thanks for that clip, Scissor Fight. Okay, let's take you. This is going to shock you. You think you're worried about the 5G network? I am. I'm very worried. What happens when 5G network turns on and birds die or get lost and fall down? This happened recently. Check this out. "5G waves in the air destroy the bird's guidance system."
That's a lot of birds. Yeah, obviously don't let them hit you. There's something wrong with them. But it's a whole flock. Yeah. That's odd. It's been going on for like an hour. Oh, they've been out here for an hour doing it. Yeah. Oh my God, look at them all. Look through. I was like, you were inside, right? Is that what you heard? You heard a bunch of... Look. No, this is like something of a movie. Are you? This is crazy. Right, like this is where it starts. This is where it starts. This is not okay.
Yeah, chemtrails are all over the place now, and the 5G network is even worse. These birds are all literally laying down, unable to move because they can't geolocate their location. The 5G network has not been tested, folks. It has no verification that it's safe. Yet they're implementing it as if it were. I've had the theory, and this is my original theory, that the 5G network was created during the Jade Helm era by the government's AI system, Jade Helm 2.0. I believe that the entire operation was created in order to create almost a flip switch on the human race. If it's that dangerous to animals and it has no limiters on any of its systems, you can only imagine how dangerous it would be to humans if it was jacked up with massive amounts of electricity. It very well could be a self-destruct switch. That's what I'm concerned about. And there are people as zealots out there that are promoting this stuff like it was perfectly safe, like Tom Wheeler. I met this guy. He's a total zealot. It's beyond belief.
The United States will be the first country in the world to open up high-band spectrum for 5G networks and applications. And that's damn important, because it means that U.S. companies
can make more money than ever before, right, Tom? Yeah. That's his big deal, making money. So I've come up with an EMF safe solution, which will include limiters on the 5G network and make sure that these things are electromagnetic frequency safe, so that people don't get major contact issues being near it. If the 5G network is that unsafe near some of its transponders, you can only imagine how it would be if you were near it when you were a human. It could cause brain cancer. We know that electromagnetic frequency radiation can, in fact, alter DNA in your cells. So for those of you who are getting brain cancer because you hold your cell phone next to your head, I'm sorry you didn't get told earlier on that that's dangerous. And I know the government hasn't put together any type of a public service announcement, so I'm going to say it for you. Just to be on the safe side, use your cell phone and your cordless phones at arm's length with the speakerphone function, because they do emit radiation that can trigger DNA alterations in your head. I'm just telling you. Our government is remiss in not telling you. Okay? And your kids should not be using a cell phone before they go to bed. Period. Because it affects their REM cycle. They will not get REM sleep. It's been proven that these cell phones will actually prevent an entire evening of REM cycle for your kids. And if they are going to talk on the cell phone, have them talk at arm's length in a closet with their friends, so they don't get the cell phone near their heads. I'm sorry to have to tell you that, but it's the truth. Our government's not courageous enough to stand up and say that. We've got a bunch of scumbags running our country without any concern for the net effect of a lot of these strange technologies that are not fully tested. It's sad, really, when you think about all the things that go on. So I'm a little concerned about John Bolton testifying coming up. This week I'm going to be glued to the screen. Every morning will be a new encounter with somebody saying that Donald Trump tried to do a quid pro quo while saying there's no quid pro quo. Apparently he lies continuously, so by saying there's no quid pro quo, I just absolutely want to get a favor and I want to know more about Joe Biden, or I will not give the $400 million to Ukraine. Okay? So Giuliani's already being investigated, but hang on.
Missed it by that much. 99, get me my shoe phone.
So John Bolton, the former national security advisor, might turn out to be the loudest whistle of all. In the case of Rudy Giuliani's demented efforts to get Ukrainian officials to help Trump win a second term. Mr. Bolton got into a tense exchange on July 10th with Gordon Sondland, the Trump donor turned ambassador to the European Union, who was working with Rudolph Giuliani, the president's personal lawyer, to press Ukraine to investigate Democrats, according to 3 people who heard the testimony. And Bolton said, "I'm not part of whatever drug deals Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up." Now, I did not know that Sondland and Mulvaney were dealing drugs. And now that Bolton has told us, I cannot wait. Sorry. I cannot wait till Bolton tells us what kind of drug deal it really was. Yes, well, Sarah had a thing where she brought in a bag of fertilizer. Actually, it was a bag of old radish seeds. And over the past few days, I've been looking at all our fruit, collecting like little gnats around it. Hang on. Got it. Keep nabbing them. Anyway, so I'm looking around the house and I'm seeing this black bag down there. I was like, well, I'm gonna have to look at that open up the black bag, and they just started coming out all over the place. Oh, so we had left composted material in our living room for a week. No wonder we have a few little gnats rolling around. So I got it out of here. I cleaned the bag out. The radish seeds are in the garden, composting, and maybe they'll grow. But in the meantime, I'm still dealing with the last vestiges of these little guys, and they're not pleasant. So Mr. Bolton, a Yale-trained lawyer, told Ms. Hill to tell White House lawyers, according to 2 people at the deposition, it was not the first time Mr. Bolton expressed grave concerns to Ms. Hill about the campaign being run by Mr. Giuliani. Giuliani's a hand grenade who's going to blow everyone up, Ms. Hill quoted Mr. Bolton as saying during an earlier conversation. So this should be a really interesting testimony from a man with the biggest mustache on earth. We are going to hear from Mr. Bolton, hopefully. Good stuff.
I think that the people at the very top know quite clearly that they're on borrowed time.
Really? The next massive disclosure will shock the world. John Paul Rice. We'll add that link to tonight. I normally don't have a guy for an hour talking about things, but I want to hear his side of his story. Thanks for that link. Dairy King. Yeah, it happened when you brought soil too. Yeah. You can't bring soil from outside in a compost heap into a house. It's a guaranteed disaster. You're a fearmonger, really?
Yeah, I've got some other things that need to take back so they don't.
You think they're also doing that? I opened up the seed box. It didn't look like there were any gnats in there. Could you?
The bottom one.
Oh, the bottom one? Okay.
I'll take that and I'll distribute it out there.
Well, take it outside before you open it.
Yeah, I will.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so you're a fearmonger, huh, Dissolve? Wow. No, please, Mr. David, you're actually a person who's working for a very, shall I say, evil organization? Bidenheim says, I grow my leaf in compost and filtered toilet water. What kind of leaf is that? Your spleef leaf? All right. Dave, why are you so scared? I'm not scared, Long Hong. I'm not a person who's scared of anything. I'm worried about you. You're living in Hong Kong and you're getting shot and set on fire. And you're supposed to have self-rule for till 2047, and China is trying to take that away from you. You don't refund anything. You get money from people you claim you refund. Jeez, what a scumbag. You have more oomph than you give yourself credit, DK. Are you like hitting on DK here? Is that what's happening? I am not mad at you. Why are you mad at me? I am not mad at you. You mad at me. Why are you speaking that way? I don't speak that way normally. I'm not a dictator. You know, I think Xi Jinping should just release any control over the judicial practices in Hong Kong. If Xi Jinping would say to his people right now that he is not going to impose any restrictions on the city of Hong Kong for many years to come, he would have no more riots. It's that simple. It wouldn't tell his people in China that rioting is okay and that to change the government. That wouldn't happen. People are too frightened in mainland China to do that. The problem is the people of Hong Kong have had a taste of freedom. It's like when you have a mustache this big, you can't stop having a mustache, you know. What kind of leaf you smoke? Maple leaf? Really? You burn, you smoke maple leaf? You're a little weird there, Bidenheim. Yeah, I don't trust you, dude. Hey, speaking of not trusting Biden, would you like to see Biden touch the children again tonight? Let's play that video for you. Here he is with all the children, kissing the boy's head, smelling his hair, smelling, look at how he smells this little girl right here. What's that? Okay. Let's just hope we're getting him out of here, because they seem to keep propagating still. They keep coming around. That's just a little weird if you ask me. Biden and the children. There used to be a children's story called Uncle Wiggily and the Kids. I'm serious. That was an actual series, the Uncle Wiggily series. Maple leaf is not, it doesn't get anybody high. You're out of your mind. Japanese maple leaf is ridiculous. It looks like marijuana, but it doesn't get anybody high. Hey, he keeps trying to nuzzle them, I know. I think Biden will be the president. I think unless I become president the next 6 years, I think he's going to be president. Yeah. I think this is what's going to happen. This is getting more and more like Donald Trump has committed an act violating the laws of his job, misuse of power. It'll be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. With all the testimony, we'll know for a fact that he violated the position of the presidency by offering up quid pro quo for $400 million in aid to a country that needs our support to fight Russia. And in exchange, he wanted dirt on Biden. That'll be proven. It'll also be proven that he did get much more money from the Russians early on once his tax returns are revealed shortly. And they're coming to that point where they can't stop the tax returns from being revealed. That's coming. That's like a train wreck ready to happen as well. And then the obstruction of justice charges will follow with the way he treated everybody investigating him, like Comey, Robert Mueller. According to Dan McGahn, he tried to fire Mueller about 5 times and he didn't because, you know, he was told you can't do that, you'll look too guilty. But that's obstruction of justice. When Donald Trump told his son to change testimony regarding meeting the attorney to end sanctions for Russia, he changed it from wanting to talk about adopted children to wanting to get emails on Hillary. That was a definite witness tampering, which is a felony by Donald. Again, that'll be a 3rd strike. No. And it does seem like there's a propensity of information now that suggests that Donald Trump has been making lots of money, violating the emoluments clause and cleaning up. I mean, literally, he makes 255 times more than his salary had he collected a salary. I can tell you that Epstein is alive, yes. I will definitely testify that Epstein is alive based on the evidence. Absolutely. We have proof that Epstein's alive on Orgy Island. Yeah, we don't need to go very far to find this out. There was a drone footage of St. James Island right after Dorian attack occurred, and they were picturing this area right above here, and they took a close-up of this guy right here. And he looked right up at the camera at that point. We have his face. I'm working on a better resolution picture of him, but we're fairly sure it is Jeffrey Epstein. And he's wearing his signature shirt that he wore. Always a light blue shirt. It's very common to wear that. We know that the autopsy shows a person who was not given a DNA test. This just broke yesterday. Michael Baden, the second coroner, came in, and he has said that there was no DNA test performed on Jeffrey Epstein. Check this out from True Pundit. Epstein medical examiner drops autopsy bombshell. No DNA test conducted to confirm Epstein's identity. It's right here. No DNA test was conducted. So you can look at the True Pundit article and evaluate it yourself. I'll give you the link to it right now. But no, that's not him. The decedent was not Epstein. He was seen from this picture in this angle up close. We can show you, but I'm going to get a better picture. Here it is. No DNA test was done on Epstein. And Dairy King has a 60-minute or 45-minute study on 60 Minutes about Jeffrey Epstein and his international sex trafficking ring that he ran. And I'm assuming he's still running it. So, because since he's out and free, I'm sure he's getting away with it. 45 minutes of this. Excellent link. Thank you, Dairy King. Yeah. And this will go in my Epstein collection too on Flipboard. I have all these tools at my disposal to store things for all of you to look at. If you guys want to look at links, I mean, we're talking major link library. We've got it right here. Let's see if I can bring it up for you. Loading. Okay, here's the Flipboard link for all of you who want to check out my 30 magazines that I've got. That's the Flipboard link that'll take you to all of our recent links that we store. Cool. I would never grow cannabis unless it was legal nationwide. Anyone else taking that chance is running a risk. Have you had any Windows 10 problems lately with unwanted downloads without your consent? No. No, I set all my parameters so that Windows doesn't do anything without asking me. I'm not scared of the federal government. I'm aware of laws that have actually put a lot of people in jail for 99 years. Oh yeah, if you're growing marijuana even in legal states, you're still violating federal laws. You didn't know that? Plus you need a halogen lamp to grow things, unless there are actually some pretty low level LED lights that work as well, I understand. Is the coroner who did Epstein's autopsy in your conspiracy? In on? Absolutely. That link I just gave you, Beekman, is a link to the coroner's information. He did not do a DNA test on Epstein at all. Michael Baden has been the guy who closed a lot of cases without any solid evidence too. He's more like the guy, the fixer coroner. And now he's coming out claiming, for sure, he's claiming that Epstein didn't commit suicide based on the evidence. He's a bad man, Michael Baden. Anyway, he's now claiming that Epstein was murdered. Well, that's just a lie on top of a lie, which is making the first lie seem like it's real. The first lie was that Epstein died of suicide. The next lie was that he was murdered. Well, Epstein's alive. I'm trying to tell you, he's not dead. But I'm at the end of the show, which means I'm at my end of my proverbial rope here. And we had a lot of fun talking about Wasteful Wednesday stuff. But here's a picture of where he was on that fateful day when Rusty Shackelford's drone went over his location. It's very, very real. That's Epstein. He has all the facial configuration of Epstein. He was checking out his property in this particular shot right here. We have him right here at 239 is when he looks up the camera. Right there. And then his head totally tips into the darkness. So I think we have another picture of his head in total darkness, which we can open up and grow into a real picture. I'm pretty sure we're being totally lied and deceived by a group that would normally think they could get away with anything, but because of the internet, these people are just not good enough at doing what they do. The internet has become a mecca for people who really use astute thinking and deep research. And it's, in order to fool the average person looking through various files, you have to be really good at that. And these people that do these things, like fake Jeffrey Epstein's death, they did a piss poor job with that person they stuck in there as being dead. He does not look at all like Jeffrey Epstein. So it's not a big stretch to think that that guy, his nose doesn't match. Clearly it's a hook nose, curve on it, the dead person. And the ears don't match either. Totally different ears, totally different. And the cheekbone injury looks like, you know, somebody beat the crap out of the guy, probably killed him. Anyway, more than likely Jeffrey Epstein's still in play and has all kinds of dirt on everybody in America and around the world. And that he's got so much power, they can't kill him. All right. Well, I think we've had a lot of fun talking about these same issues we talk about a lot, but we've got more of the hearings tonight. I'll be playing more of that off and on. Adam Schiff making his comments. And I'm okay with Adam Schiff not knowing who the whistleblower is, because it really is irrelevant who the whistleblower is now that 12 other people have confirmed that the whistleblower was onto something. So they're going to take a recess. We'll get back to you guys after they have their recess, and here they are coming back from the recess. There he is. He had his lunch. He went to the Rubin building, had a Rayburn Rubin. I had a Rayburn Rubin this past summer. It was outstanding. The food court at this location in the Rayburn building is so good. I can't tell you how good the food is. They've got 14 different venues. You can get whatever you want. Chinese, Mexican, health food, fruit drinks, shakes, donuts, pizzas, salad bars. You wouldn't believe the food that they have at this place. It's beyond belief. I was shocked at all the food venues. They don't even sell a lot, too. They just cater to our senators and congressmen. All right, we'll pick up in the hearing in a little bit. I think I'm going to play you opening testimony from the original. Yeah, Kent. All this stuff is really good. Really good stuff. So we can't ignore the testimony of some of our best people. By the way, this guy had 3 generations. He's the 3rd generation that occupied this post. He's a career diplomat who absolutely, I mean, their reputation is impeccable. Whereas Donald Trump has a sordid reputation. No one would ever believe him. No one with any intelligence would ever believe Donald Trump is telling the truth. These guys, I trust them implicitly. I would trust these people with my life. That's how much I trust the people that are testifying today and tomorrow and the next day. Would I trust Trump? No. I don't trust him at all. I think he's a too bold-faced liar and has been so ever since he started this process of working with Russia to rig the election to take our country down. So I urge all of you Republicans to start waking up. If you want to save this nation, supporting Trump is not going to do it. I assure you. He hasn't stopped the deep state and never will. He's owned by the deep state because they got dirt on him. That's the bottom line. And I don't trust Biden either, especially around children. Something's a little too weird with this Joe Biden guy. Yeah. I don't know. He was told not to be with kids. I'll see you guys later. You're going to have an expired steak? No, I don't eat expired steak, but you're out of here. We don't want you in the show. You don't belong here. Whew. All right. Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Kent, for your service and your testimony tonight. Appreciate it. I'm going to listen to him tonight with you guys. I was listening to part of it today on NBC. Good stuff. Yeah, if you really believe Trump's helping our country, remember the 1929 crash had a really robust stock market run months before the crash. So if you think our economy is doing great, just look at this. Just for your information, all his casinos filed for bankruptcy and went out of business. Yeah. One man, 1.6 billion in personal debt. He's not going to help us, folks. He's going to hurt us. That's the reality. And more time with him is less time fixing the problem. Until we get to the good people in the government to do the job that they were chosen to do, we'll never have a solution to this problem. We got a guy who just continually lies. If you think that's saving us, you're so wrong, I can't tell you. Okay, we feel good. We're going to sign off. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Technology Thursday. I don't know what I'm going to be cooking, but we'll find out when I get there at 5 o'clock.
My